if he's listening. And so he had suggested different border.
Great, thank you. So that essentially could go either into the third, which was the recommendation of the majority of the ARC members, or into the fifth, but it was sort of highlighted as options either way.
That's correct. And I believe it is a population of about 800 people. So that map is as drawn quite equally balanced population-wise. So it would not require one of those ripple effects you've seen in other maps of increasing that boundary. And again, it's really a board decision to look at based on the commission's recommendation, all of the community input you receive, your own constituents' comments received in your own experience. What is the community of interest? And to the extent practicable, which map would be minimizing the divisions?
Thank you very much. Supervisor, back to you because these were your questions. I apologize for seeking clarification on those.
No, I appreciate that. You did. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Corsi, any questions?
Yes, I have a few questions about the new maps, both from NRC and from members of the public, well, Roanoke Park Council and Koenig Schofer. So last time we talked about this on November 2nd, we said that the deadline for submitting maps was November 4th. The maps that were submitted by Roanoke Park and Mr. Koenig Schofer came in after that deadline, obviously. One of them apparently, at least one of them, is not part of the public site. And I'm wondering how we're able to consider those today at this meeting, given the rules of the Brown Act.
Supervisor Corsi, again, good question. The deadlines that have been imposed by staff have been trying to take in all of the public comment so that staff could present and work with a consultant and demographer to present the maps in a format to your board presentation. However, for the past 4 months, there's been ongoing public comment throughout, ongoing map submissions throughout the entire process. That deadline was imposed to be considered in for the staff presentation of what maps that staff was going to be putting into its slides to be analyzing. But public comment has been an enormous part of this process throughout, ongoing for months, and will continue to be, no doubt, until the final adoption.
So thank you for that, Ms. Shulkin. Can members of the public still submit map suggestions after today?
Members of the public are welcome to be commenting and submitting map suggestions throughout the entire process that we have been working on for several months. As the deadline nears, it is very helpful for us to be getting a decision or guidance from your board about what to be looking for in a map in your board's judgment. But we will be coming, depending on what your board decides today. If your board is able to look at these maps and consider one that a majority supports, we would be bringing that back on December 7th. But public comment is continuing throughout, and that is the whole nature of the California law, to welcome this. And so if there are tweaks on December 7th, we are still, based on public comment that's been received, we are still able to be making those tweaks at that time. If your board decides that's what's needed for this, to the extent practicable, in this list of order priority of criteria set forth in California law. However, we do need to make sure, if there are tweaks made on December 7th, that we do post it that afternoon, because we need to have it posted before final adoption. And December 14th is our drop deadline for final adoption. Otherwise, we're going to be having the court decide our supervisorial district boundaries.
And Supervisor Corsi, just to address your question about why some of the maps may not show up in the public gallery in District R. That is an online tool that the public is welcome to use. There is a piece at the end when a map is created. There's like a little box to check it so that the map is submitted to the public gallery. So I think that not all maps have that check, which is why it's not, some of the maps that we know are submitted are not seen in that public gallery.
Are we allowed, can you change that on the maps that haven't been submitted to the public gallery so the public can find these in a reasonable way?
I can post on the website itself the direct URLs. I don't think I can go into the actual individual map and change that setting that that person created.
Okay. I just think that the maps that we're talking about, you know, in these public meetings ought to be easily available to the public like the other ones are. I'll move on your slide about California criteria, order of priority. This deals with the Fair Maps Act, I believe. And particularly on point number 2, where in bold and underlined, it says communities of interest do not include relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates. I've tried not to make this process about me, but the two maps in question, in my questions right now, from Rohnert Park and from Koenigshofer, both have the northern border, the northern boundary of the 3rd district outside of my front door. The street that I live on is the northern boundary. To me, it doesn't pass the smell test that this map is drawn with an incumbent in mind. Is that problematic under the Fair Map Act?
It's a great question. And so, again, we look at federal law as a mandate, and then California law, we are mandated to go through the process of public input and go through the analysis. And once we've done that, there are traditional principles that historically have been considered. It is not something that is unlawful as long as we have met the federal law mandate, and as long as we have gone through and met to the extent practicable the California law criteria. That is what is most important. And then if there is room at the bottom of the priority, not to say, Supervisor Corsi, that you are at the bottom of the priority, but it really is important. When we're defining communities of interest, we are specifically instructed by California law that we cannot be looking at a community of interest based on relationship with incumbents. However, that does not mean that we must draw maps that if it happens to include a board member still within their district, that it's unlawful. That's not what that means. It means that we do need to have a deliberate insurance that there's compliance with federal law and moving forward in the order of priority as California law has dictated to us to review for your board's consideration. And then if it happens to be that an incumbent is still within the district, so be it. As long as the maps are not, like that is not the prime focus, to keep one group together with one relationship with one current incumbent, that's where we're going to start getting into more questions.
If I can just insert a comment, it sounds like it may pass the legal test, but I'm not sure it passes the smell test. Moving on to maps E and F from NDC. Both of these maps divide the city of Santa Rosa essentially in half, north to south, using Highway 12 as the border. To me, that breaks up a community of interest, a number of communities of interest. Have these two maps been looked at with the Fair Maps Act in mind and the communities of interest question in mind?
I will have Yvonne. Yvonne worked with the consultants to draft the alternative maps. It's my understanding that those were in response to the last board meeting, taking back board comments, and I believe Yvonne did a checklist of what she had heard from the board to try to work with the Advisory Redistricting Commission's map, and then try to make adjustments as the board had directed last time to put those into accommodation. But as you can see, the ripple effect, I realized the board didn't ask for D5 to stretch all the way over to encompass a lot of the current D4. And that's what you're seeing of responding to what the board had directed last time, and then the ripple effects of responding to that because of the need to have equal population. But Yvonne, please feel free to chime in about those map alternatives.
You're absolutely correct, Linda, about the ripple effects. So what was trying to be accomplished in draft map E was to put Roanoke Park in District 3. And so because of that population of that city, there had to be movement elsewhere to make the districts balanced. So that was the big change in draft E.
I appreciate that explanation. I'm still wondering, has it been looked at, put under the microscope of the Fair Maps Act to ask the question, does this divide communities of interest?
This is a question that I can't answer for you, Supervisor Corsi, because I don't have the delegated authority. It is a board's decision entirely. So I can help you understand the guideposts of where we go, but it's a new law and it's pretty flexible about what your board decides is a community of interest and what it is to be to the extent practicable. So I can help set up the framework, but the actual work of deciding what does this mean and does it actually meet the communities of interest? And are there people who should be in one district to have more fair and effective representation? That is our California law asks our Board of Supervisors to look at all of the input that's been given and make that decision.
Thank you, Ms. Shilkin. That provides a lot more clarity to me. Thank you all.
And thank you to my colleagues for their excellent comments. I apologize in advance, but I am going to break my usual rules and offer just a few comments really in the form of gratitude. I want to thank all of the ARC commissioners for all of the work and effort that they have put into this. I also want to specifically thank Herman G. Hernandez, who put a tremendous amount of effort into focusing on these communities of concern and holding really, I think, wonderful, intimate meetings in which folks could truly vocalize and get into, what makes their community a community and why, where are the boundaries and why it shouldn't be split. So I just want to say thank you to everyone, as well as to staff, because I know that this has been an all-consuming process for quite some time now. I also want to just follow up on something that Supervisor Gore mentioned, which is, I'm just going to be honest, this is a mess. But it's a beautiful mess because this is democracy in action. This is citizen empowerment in action, and it's not easy. And we need to have these tough conversations, and we need to have these personally challenging conversations, and we need to have these difficult conversations, and hopefully ultimately center around the equity principles. And so I am actually going to take a moment, just sort of as an augment to the staff presentation, to share the equity principles that the Sonoma County ARC came up with, which is something that was emailed to all members of the Board of Supervisors by ARC Commissioner Ana Lugo last night. Their principles are knowledge and access for all, information, knowledge, and access are power. Ensure that community members understand and have access to the redistricting process, regardless of their socioeconomic status, race, ethnicity, the language they speak. Commitment to equity. All the commissioners will put special attention to communities of interest, especially disadvantaged communities of interest. Identify and strive to align communities of interest so that they have the greatest opportunity for equity-based representation. Race blindness is harmful to communities of color. We will start with the recognition of historical harm to Black, Indigenous, and people of color and other underrepresented communities. Equitable design accommodates differences in historical context for BIPOC and other underrepresented communities. Ensure that we are not treating all communities the same. Enacting equity requires a continual process of learning and disaggregating data, and to apply equity principles across all parts of the redistricting process. So I felt like that was a good reminder as we start to transition towards public comment of hopefully what is driving us all And I believe that our Board of Supervisors is committed to sort of embodying those principles and that process. My question pertains to all of the NDC generated maps that were brought before us, and it follows up a little bit on Supervisor Gore and Supervisor Gorin's concerns. I was rather distressed to note that every single one of those maps splits up Sebastopol, which in my opinion is a community of interest because it's a very small city and the unincorporated areas around it share a common culture, share common resources, share common school districts and governance, and sort of many of the things that we use to define a community of interest. So every single one just takes the second district up into essentially South Sebastopol and really cuts apart sort of the Goldridge area in particular, which had been unified as a community. So I recognize that there are ripple effects, but I'm just wondering if there has been any engagement with these communities or sort of why that decision was made, because that really doesn't make sense from just my perspective as someone who has represented this area for quite some time. And I've had so many conversations with Sebastopol City Council members over the years regarding the fact that those unincorporated areas, which are under my jurisdiction, are really part of kind of the impacts to their community and sort of part of their broader community as well.
Happy to let Yvonne chime in, and Christelle as well. They work with our consultant. It's my understanding, our demographer doesn't know our community as well as our board members and the people who live here. And they have done the best they could to look at making sure we're meeting the federal law standards with equal population. But really, it is California law puts it on our elected officials with your knowledge of the communities of interest, and unintentionally, while making room for one and keeping equal population, breaking up another. And so that is why it is a messy process to determine what is to the extent practicable. And sometimes, how do you make that determination unless you've done a whole lot of effort and found that that's just not so practicable? And so, no, I don't think the intent was to break up Sebastopol. I think it was inadvertent in trying to listen and respond to prior board direction and still maintain equal population. And unfortunately, if we had more time, this is a sensitive conversation. It's important for our entire community. And it's quite unfortunate to be having a new law with a sensitive conversation in a tight time frame. So that's the fate that we have been given. And our consultants with our staff and our advisory redistricting commission have been doing the best they can to meet the federal and state laws.
Thank you. Yvonne or Crystal, do you have anything to add, or did that pretty well sum it up?
I would
Thanks,
just
Chair
agree
Hoffman.
with, yeah, it's exactly
What she said?
what I was going to say. Yeah.
And I think, certainly, we acknowledge that the demographer doesn't have that local knowledge, and it's just the pressure of time of not being able to digest everything and have that quick turnaround. But separately too, I think there's a little bit of misperception that staff is telling NDC what to draw, because we've been working with the understanding that the ARC's input, the public's input, the board's input are what should drive the maps that are generated. So there's a little bit of disconnect on not knowing the local community and staff sort of having some understanding, but can't push into the process unduly. And so, honestly, it's just a learning process. And, as Linda mentioned, the pressure of time, but there certainly is no intention to break up. It's just reiterating the same comment that Linda made, that it's those ripple effects that, had we had significantly more time and input and hands in looking at, draft one of what NDC would produce, we certainly probably have a better representative map. I think it's a hard one this time.
Thank you. And then following up on that, and again, I know that this is frustrating because you're almost being sort of asked to defend, right, the decisions of NDC attempting to implement things. So I really appreciate that you're in a hard spot, but I did want to ask, because I had specifically sort of requested a map that would look more at the 5th district going towards Fulton, and instead it goes out to the Flamingo. So it felt like there was sort of a mixed message in there, that there's this, in NDC draft E, this arm that juts all the way out to the Flamingo Hotel. Whereas I had sort of talked about, the Lower Russian River kind of being this community of interest that also extends, at least in terms of socioeconomic ties, into the Fulton area, or sort of around that kind of river basin and in towards Santa Rosa. So I was just wondering, was that something that NDC looked at, or that just prove to be infeasible? Or I thought it was an odd decision to make an arm that goes across the freeway over to the Flamingo, although it would be cool to go to the Low CN luncheons when those return in my district.
So I believe that arm goes all the way into Santa Rosa for the same reason why the arm went down into Roanoke Park with the ARC map. It's to grab population that's needed to balance. So if direction today is given by the board to perhaps consider expanding 5 over to Fulton, then that's something that can be noted. I did not have that in my notes that I conveyed to NDC, but happy to note that for the next round.
Yeah, I think that arm just sort of called into question the same sort of compactness questions. And I felt like both 73407 and 81153, the other maps that were brought up earlier, sort of demonstrated there were other ways of grabbing population that were sort of more gentle, as opposed to just kind of grabbing an urban area, right? Reaching out and sort of grabbing population centers. But it seemed like that has been NDC's strategy. Is that safe to say that they kind of are just like, okay, we're going to trade one urban population, we're going to go grab another one where it's sort of easier to grab the population, not necessarily thinking about community alignment?
I think it's safe to say that they're trying to grab population without fully understanding the very different aspects of Sonoma County and all of our different areas.
I really appreciate that. I think that was very well put. Are there other questions from my colleagues that came up as we were sort of all peppering our awesome staff with questions? All right. Seeing none, we will go ahead and accept public comment on this item. Going to see if there are any members of the public in person who wish to comment on this. Seeing none, I would ask Marcy to lead public comment in Zoom. And this is such a critical topic. And, as a result of the formal hearing, I do want to give folks 2 minutes, even though we are running quite late. Just wanted to give a heads up that for future agenda items, we will likely have to reduce the amount of time allocated for public comment, because we actually have many more also meaty agenda items on our agenda today, and we won't be able to get through them. But for this, I would like to maintain the 2 minutes because this is critical. And I look forward to hearing from all of the members of our community. So thanks in advance to everyone who is participating in this process.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. For the members of the public, if you would like to comment on this item leading to redistricting, if you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad to raise your hand if you are a phone-in attendee.
And actually, Marcy, would you mind letting me know how many folks are raising their hand? And I also would like to have a 10-minute break, because otherwise we're going to have to get up while public comment is happening. And I would rather allow us to really devote our full attention and take the break now and be able to focus on this.
Certainly. Just one moment. If you can please raise your hand if you're hoping to comment on this item, it would be greatly appreciated. Just over 20 hands for comment at the present time.
Okay, great. So we will be doing 2 minutes, but we are going to take a brief 10-minute break. So we'll reconvene at 11 o'clock to start public comment. Thanks.
And welcome back, everyone. We'll begin. Wonderful, thank you. Chair Hopkins, we're ready.
Thank you so much. So we did not have any members of the public who wish to comment in person, so we'll go ahead and start that public comment via Zoom.
Thank you. And the first commenters are Moira, Kimmy, and Gina. You can please unmute, state your full name, and begin your comment.
Good morning. My name is Maura Jacobs, and I'm a resident in unincorporated Sonoma County in Bennett Valley. I request that Bennett Valley be added as a community of interest. I did not see it on the slide earlier. And we are comprised of the area under the Bennett Valley Area Plan. I'm not sure if all of you are aware of the Bennett Valley Area Plan, but it has been in place since 1979 and very important to the community out here. Plus, we share a school district, the historic Bennett Valley Grange. I'm also a member there. I contribute to the community there. And the entire community here is also, as you know, surrounded by the natural open space areas, Sonoma Mountain area, Taylor Mountain, and Annandale. And so keeping the community together is also very important for future considerations of the environment here, the very unique wildlife corridors, one of the few areas close to the Santa Rosa City Center that exists for also all of our neighbors throughout the various communities to be able to come out and enjoy those open spaces as they do. And I work with communities throughout the area, including Roseland and other areas, all who get to appreciate and enjoy the community out here, but keeping it together as one unit is very important, both to those of us who live here and the wider communities as well. Thank you.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name's Kimmy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Hi, good morning. I want to express my support yet again as a Roseland resident for the map that the ARC created, number 511692, I believe. First off, I want to point out the letter from the NAACP that strongly encourages the board to support the work of the ARC and the map they created as it addresses historical disenfranchisement of a community that has been long neglected, and that is the Roseland community that I'm speaking of. I hope you have taken a moment to read this letter and tying it back to the microaggressions that professionals of color and communities face. Even the NAACP noted the use of dismissive language by the board in reference to the map that was drafted, a map that was specifically created in accordance to laws and equity parameters. Not only this, but the board's attitude to uphold the desires of more privileged areas are very clear. For example, I have an email from Rabbit where he states that there is no map that keeps Roseland together without causing quote unquote community angst, or Goran now about the comfort of constituents knowing their current supervisors as if they're incapable of rebuilding those relationships, or the jokes of Corsi needing to move. And now you are reviewing one map created by one white man, Eric Konishifer, who was brought onto the commission very last minute, who doesn't even think that redistricting is necessary. And it completely has your attention versus the months of work of a whole commission of people of color. Eric's map still guts out the Northwest Santa Rosa area, which has deep Latino roots and deep roots to Roseland as well. Do you not see the implicit racism here? You cannot speak on equity and you cannot uphold equity. And as for your community angst, please realize that many folks in our community don't have the privilege of hopping on these calls to advocate for ourselves. And we also have generations of community angst that goes unheard by you, the board. And in fact, if we had fair representation or any diversity on this board, would we even be having this conversation to try to convince you of how important the ARC map and representation really is? Thank you. I yield my time.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, I'm Gina Kuklis from Boys Hot Springs, a 35-year resident of unincorporated Sonoma County. And I am here today because I have revised my thinking. Last time I was in strong support, wanted to support the work of the ARC because I believe my values are if you point a group of volunteers to do something and they've given their time, listen to them. But the more I've talked with people and read information and looked to maps, I believe there was a fatal flaw from the beginning. In a county where 30% of the population lives in unincorporated areas, to have a commission with only 3 people from unincorporated, from rural areas was a flaw. That was a voice that was underrepresented. City of Santa Rosa residents were highly populated on this commission. Dividing Bennett Valley and not recognizing that rural area as a community of interest is Exhibit A. And I usually hate to say I want to support the status quo. It's not in my DNA. But I believe right now with the short time frame, that's the choice, the best choice of the supervisors. Roseland residents are now part of the city of Santa Rosa. They get to vote for a supervisor and a city council member. They have a city council member in their city, yay. But all the unincorporated rural areas have nothing but one supervisor who deals with our neighborhood concerns. You're in a city from potholes to police, you take it to your city council. Normally I thought some change was needed, but right now the short time frame, the lack of enough perspectives on that, the commission, I believe the best route, sadly, is the status quo. And hopefully good notes are being taken. So in 10 years, some of the key mistakes that were made this time are not repeated. Thank you.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Oh, thank you again. This is Thomas. Good morning. Being an anthropologist and an engineer and a map maker affords me a little understanding of the maps and the community development. Roseland, as we all know, has a history of disadvantagement and being disadvantaged in its position with vis-a-vis Santa Rosa. And that needs to be resolved. Several of these maps, one is Supervisor Corsi mentioned, that puts the boundary, the northern boundary of what's called Santa Rosa at Highway 12 is inflammatory, because what it would do is then again disenfranchise the areas south of Highway 12 as being not connected to the part of Santa Rosa which is the wealthier part. That's the part that needs to be connected in order to have any influence at all within Santa Rosa. So, and one city council member or even 2 city council members among 7 has very little influence in that city. So that's important. Santa Rosa cannot be itself a single district. So it has to be cut. It has to be. But cutting, again, Roseland away from that, again, disenfranchises that area. Hopefully, the minimal movements would be the best solution. And I agree with Supervisor Gore that there's an overemphasis on equilibrating each of the districts. That's not necessary. There can be significant differences in them, or shall I say, limited to insignificant differences, but not minimizing or minuscule differences. That's not necessary. Thank you.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning, Kirsten Langier, and member of the ARC. In observing and listening to this discussion and a few of the comments, I think it's one thing that needs to be elevated and repeated. It's pretty sad that this many people of color have to beg you to equitably look at prioritizing and uplifting those that are disenfranchised and have historically been disenfranchised in this community. And this excuse and questioning about maintaining the status quo is a complete disregard for the endless hours that I personally put in to the ARC, and this elevation of one person's last minute mapping contribution and praise over those who are elected, over those who engage in this process as higher experts in this is also, it's a form of a microaggression. Just want to highlight that. Additionally, it's great to be gaslit and appreciated for all the work that I put in. But even now, as I sit here and waited to comment in this meeting, I had to cancel 2 other meetings in how I make my money. And other folks of color have the same challenge. They don't have the privilege to sit and wait and comment and beg for you to see the equity-centered map. Yes, it's a little different. Yes, it's a change, but this doesn't affect just the next 2 to 3 years. This is 10 years. That's 5 election cycles. So if we're only going to think about the internal needs and the benefits of the groups that we're connected to for the short term, what does that do for the long term? If we don't build infrastructures and systems that allow for more and more folks to see themselves represented, how do we expect for them to stay here and to feel like this is a place that they want to grow and thrive? And this is an opportunity for you all to center that thought process and thinking instead of the connections and personal relationships that you hold and carry well.
Thank you. And if the next commenter could please unmute and state your name. This is for Zahira. You're able to unmute at this time.
Hi, sorry, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
I don't have an answer for that. Is there
Sorry. Good morning, everyone. I'm here representing Indivisible Petaluma. To comment from Close From Home by Eric, the Highway 101 corridor has a huge presentation of the county's population in a stretch of 17 miles, Santa Rosa with a population of 180,000, Roanoke Park with 49,000, and Petaluma with 60,000 account for about 58% of the total population. He focused on the quote unquote big 3 who makes up the core population. What he and what you all fail to acknowledge is that a highway is not just a highway, a road is not just a road. It can also be a highway and or a road can reflect racism. Highways were built for the purpose of dividing white neighborhoods and Black neighborhoods. We need to reconnect cities and neighborhoods that have been historically racially segregated and divided by road projects. Petaluma is in the same boat, who are disconnected from their supervisor, and a highway splits East and West Petaluma. The reality is that in previous years, there have been 3 entities who drew our map: County Council, Sonoma County Sheriff, and Tax Assessor. There has never been a process up until now. Again, the ARC used Racial Equity Toolkit you all adopted back in November 2020 and the equity principles, along with the 2019 Fair Maps Act criteria that outlines key priorities to be followed. This isn't about your stance on equity. This is about the power you want to hold on to your preferred map. It's why Supervisor Corsi set the ground rules when he asked if members of the public can still submit the maps even after the deadline. It gives your favorite map drawn by Eric as a way to dismiss the work that the ARC has done. The Board of Supervisors are in position of privilege. Board of Supervisors are in position of power, and these conversations have reflected your conflict of interest. It's why Indivisible Petaluma strongly supports map 511692 and the Sonoma County NAACP statement. This map creates districts that provide an equitable balance. Thank you.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Fred Alabach, and I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for your thoughtful consideration on this and other issues. It's my strong feeling that the Roseland-Moreland area is a historically neglected, disadvantaged community of interest, and this area deserves more fair representation. Fair Map Act says that not dividing a significant community of interest like this is a priority over not dividing cities. In the ARC map, Rohnert Park stays undivided, and Rohnert Park is already a city with the constituents there already having good representation. So here that choice is equal between who's in a city or not. Santa Rosa is chopped up already, and grabbing arms are all out on this redistricting process. So I think now's the chance to do the chopping so as to address past inequities and to honor the ARC's efforts to prioritize equity in this process. The ARC worked this over really well, and I'm a strong backer of the ARC map, and I think that that's what the zeitgeist here is to choose the ARC map. That's the right path. Give the little guys a win here. Rohnert Park's the loudest voice, but loud doesn't necessarily mean right. And electeds have to discriminate between going with the equity zeitgeist or caving into the loudest voices. I think instead of savaging Santa Rosa more, put Rohnert Park in District 5 and move Roseland Moreland into District 3. And I just hope that you consider these decisions, and I know it's complicated, but as you come down to weighing in, I think it's a chance to really stand with the equity that people are calling for and to go with the ARC map. And I would really encourage you to do that. Thank you.
And if the next commenter could please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Ed Sheffield. I'm the chair of the Advisory Redistricting Commission. Thank you, Chair Hopkins and supervisors, for the hard work you're doing in this next phase of the redistricting process. I also want to thank the public for getting involved and for providing input. The community participation the public brings to the table is by design built into the way counties in California are now required to do redistricting. So public, please keep staying engaged. Maybe don't get crazy. Chair Hopkins and supervisors, I do hope that you're not feeling too frustrated in how things are going with all this input that's coming in, because this is how it's supposed to happen. If the process wasn't open and inclusive and messy, then I think we'd be doing it wrong. I'm not going to say much on the new maps. I've shared my perspective with a few of you already, but I will say folks I've talked to and a few fellow ARC members have concerns with the newest map proposals, particularly with separating the Apple Valley neighborhood in Northwest Santa Rosa, which has a population of about 10,000 people, from the Roseland Moreland neighborhoods, if they were to all be unified in District 3 as proposed by the ARC map. I could not find a way to satisfy both in the new proposed maps, but maybe it could be done somehow. I also just want to answer a question from Supervisor Gore, who had asked earlier about the micro level adjustments to districts. The ARC did not prioritize them. We discussed it and felt that you all know your constituencies best. So for the less impactful changes, the 100 or so people here or there, we leave it to you for these minor adjustments. Again, thank you so much for the hard work you're doing in this next phase.
Thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Thank you, Eric Koenig chauffeur, and I'm going to just jump in it since it's 2 minutes. So the timing of my map is a function of the overall shortened timeline that's been a burden to ARC, to the staff, to the whole community. I kept working on it for the reason that the maps provided by NDC just were so off point and bizarre in terms of their lack of knowledge about the local community. And the best example of that is having a District 5 that cuts a swath through the center of Santa Rosa, taking in the Flamingo Hotel, Memorial Hospital, Courthouse Square, et cetera, et cetera. There's a need for further exploration of options about how to find the replacement population, which is all my map attempts to do. ARC sent forward one map and shied away from the assignment of presenting you with several maps. The several maps all could have done the core goal of moving southwest into the third. So my approach was my map includes the whole southwest area into the third and attempts to find a more locally sensitive distribution of the movement of population from other districts into the fifth to replace the 35,000 or so people. The one little portion that I cut out is the white area on the map is to raise the question that's just policy driven about Santa Rosa's sphere of influence and so forth. And the idea of maintaining open space between cities, which is a countywide general plan policy. With regard to Supervisor Corsi's resident, I didn't know where his residence was when I drew the map. I started with the southwest area and tried to build out replacement population.
Thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name. This is for Allegra. Allegra, if you are able to unmute. I'm sorry, Allegra, we're not hearing you, but you can always use the phone-in information on today's agenda and then press *9 to raise your hand if you're experiencing any issues with the Zoom app itself. The next commenters are Todd, Ann, and Ellen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm just gonna make some general comments on maps and basically mandates and laws. So I'm not gonna use all my time because apparently you guys are short on time, but maps, the best map of the world is a map of the United States, right? And it has what's called the Supreme Court, which is the highest law of the land, which beats any mandate, any executive branch, any governor branch. If you please refer back to 1934 Home Buildings and Loan Association versus Bosdell. Basically, it explains emergency powers quite implicitly. Can never supersede any liberty of an amendment right. Basically, you cannot make up new powers, and it doesn't matter what district you live in. This is for everybody equally. So basically, we're in a place where people are uneducated, and I'll leave it at that. I'm going to yield the rest of my time.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
My name is Ann, and I had a statement prepared here, but after listening to a couple of people from the Roseland district of our area, I think I'm going to say this. I'm concerned about redistricting maps as well, moving the boundaries around, but the people in Roseland and areas like that should be more concerned about the actions of our city and our county with the cannabis industry doing everything that they can to bring it into our city and our county. And that is not helping our youth. It is not helping our cities nor our communities. So, you know, that's what I want to say. I'm just, I'm sorry for the way that has all gone with the city of Santa Rosa and the county of Sonoma County. Thank you.
The next commenters are Ellen, Starr, and Bailey. If you can please unmute and begin your comment.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. This is Ellen Opsler, pronouns she, her. I'm a member of the Deep Democracy Group of MBOP, a group with the goal of equitable civic engagement. Listening into this discussion makes me so grateful that California voters in 2008 passed the Voters First Act to establish an independent redistricting commission and leave lawmakers out of the process of selecting your own voters. Because you are tasked with choosing, however, I want to echo what the NAACP wrote and what Kimmy, Christine, Zara, and others said about selecting the map unanimously approved by the Advisory Redistricting Commission. As the NAACP wrote, equity cannot be deferred for another decade in the redistricting process. Thank you, and I yield my time.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Star Hergenrather. I live in Sebastopol, and after listening to all of this discussion, I would like to thank ARC for their work, the Board of Supervisors for all their consideration of this very complex event that needs to, I guess, take place every 10 years because of censusing. But I'm also a retired school teacher, and somehow the ARC Commission, which I appreciate that it's an independent commission, in a way feels like what happens in schools, where administrations and supervisors, superintendents make, and boards even make decisions that teachers and students are left out of ultimately. And I have to agree with Supervisor Hopkins about the Sebastopol area, that if we are chopped up, it will greatly affect our community. And all of these communities are going to be greatly affected. I do feel like the Roseland community needs to be redistricted into the Santa Rosa district, but I do not feel that Rohnert Park and the West County should be redistricted together. So thank you very much for this hard work, and I will continue to stay present in these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Bailey, born and raised in Sonoma County. I just want to have a quick comment here. I just basically urge you to follow the recommendations of the ARC, and I encourage you to consider the letter written by the NAACP. Thank you so much, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Michael, if you can please unmute.
Hello, my name is Michael Tatone. I'm a member of NUP's Deep Democracy team and the Sonoma County Tenants Union. I'm calling today to recommend that you select the map that was originally provided by the ARC. The ARC did a lot of work on this, and they've been dismissed, and it seems like their intentions have been questioned. Definitely not a good look for this county. Roseland and Moreland are communities of interest that should be kept together, and I think any attempt to split off part of Roseland, including the northwest part of Roseland, and put it into District 5 really shouldn't be considered as alternatives to what the ARC provided. As a newly annexed part of Santa Rosa and part of Santa Rosa City Schools, Roseland should be united with Santa Rosa. And I believe that the ARC's map is the only map that leaves Roseland's vote undiluted and addresses the historical inequity in this county. I attended some of the redistricting meetings, and as someone who lived in Rohnert Park, I did recommend that Cotati and Rohnert Park stay together, but I did not have any preference and still do not about which district Roanoke Park should go into. And from my understanding of what was mentioned about the Fair Maps Act, I think preference for which district isn't really a factor for that law. I'm hearing people say, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Things like, to the extent practical, things like the status quo should be preserved. And I think it takes a lot of white privilege to say those things. We should not keep Roseland's vote divided and diluted just because of for white people, it's not broke. And in the wake of the supervisors' support for the ARC map collapsing, it's been a mess. I don't think it's been a beautiful mess. I think it's been an undemocratic mess. I think board members are prioritizing their personal interests over the interests of the community in the future. Thanks.
Our next commenter is Kelsey Vero. Please press *9. Actually, when prompted, please select unmute and begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. Yeah, I wanted to echo a lot of, my name's Kelsey Vero, and I was also born and raised here in Sonoma County. And I want to echo a lot of what I've heard, support the other commenters, including the people calling in from the ARC, and point out again that the ARC is the alternative to the board, as Ellen put it, selecting their own voters. And there's a reason that we put that in place. And the more that their work is questioned and changed, the more there is potential or the look of or the reality of conflict of interest in terms of the board choosing their own districts. And they do know communities in more granular detail and can contribute that. But in general, yeah, there's been, certainly we've heard the word equity a lot. And I just wanted to point out, again, for the record, that equity is not equality. It is not the same thing. So when people are calling in or writing to you and talking about the fairness related to their community, fairness has to be taken in a historical context. When we're drawing lines within a larger community, of course, things are going to be a little complicated and messy, but absolutely I support the calls to say that people who have been historically disenfranchised and whose voice has not been prioritized should be prioritized now over other concerns, and that is equity. And again, we can talk about it a lot, but now is the time when we see the discussion of equity put into action. So the more we're saying, I hear you, but we're going to do this instead because we know better, or because, again, talking about the status quo in that way, that is of real concern to the folks watching this. And yeah,
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is is Adriana. Please, when prompted, unmute and begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Adriana Rizon, and I'm a member and advocate in your community. I'm calling to request your support for the NDC D51-162 map recommended by the Advisory Redistricting Commission. The Advisory Redistricting Commission, commissioned by you, worked diligently to learn the redistricting federal and state guidelines, identify communities of interest, listen to the community, and ensure you, supervisors, can make an informed decision grounded in equity principles. Please stop talking about equity and model it by fostering relationships with trusted community leaders and listening to them. Revolutionary change is not easy. It is definitely not comfortable. And I ask you to lean into your discomfort and trust the process. Trust the people doing the work, the leaders advising you. I'm asking you to be courageous leaders and step up to manifest the changes we want in our county. If the County of Sonoma is serious about supporting equity in our community, this is your opportunity to lead by seeing those not seen, hearing those usually not heard, and asking questions. Please listen to your commission, do the right thing, and adopt the Advisory Redistricting Commission recommended map. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and to be heard.
The next commenter is Ed. Please, when prompted, unmute and begin speaking. Ed, I believe you're muted.
I'm sorry, I believe I spoke already. I maybe did not raise my hand.
Oh, okay, thank you.
My apologies.
Okay, our next speaker would be Allegra. Allegra, please, when prompted, unmute and begin speaking.
Hi, sorry, I missed my turn earlier, so I'm back. I'm Allegra Wilson, and I am a member of Deep Democracy with NBOP. I urge the board to adopt the NDCD 511692 map as submitted by the ARC. This board has said that equity is priority and included racial and social justice as a pillar of the strategic plan. And today, instead, we have a discussion about adopting a map created by an individual white man, as opposed to the ARC, which is a diverse body that was tasked by this board to create a map with equity at its center. I ask the board to adhere to your own stated principles instead of letting a majority white outcry and the concerns of elected officials overrule the needs of underrepresented areas like Roseland, Moreland, and Northwest Santa Rosa. I'm hearing a lot about different majority white areas that are communities of interest, and honestly, every community can be considered a community of interest if you look at it through a particular lens. But you are being asked to look at historically disadvantaged communities through a racial equity lens. I want to say I stand with the NAACP and other community groups who call on you to use your own equity toolkit and equity principles. I am reminded of the recent resignations of Black department heads who cited racism and microaggressions, ignoring the needs of historically ignored neighborhoods that are majority BIPOC is a racist act. Please do not continue to give lip service to equity while serving white supremacist interests. Respect the work of the ARC and adopt NDCD 511692. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jackie. Jackie, when prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
Hello, everybody. Honorable Boss of Supervisors. I am saddened to hear the way Ronald Park is treated like a villain for trying to advocate for the same thing that everyone is advocating for. Ronald Park is not afraid of change. The city has been going through dramatic changes and everyone is aware of that. Out of respect, if we talk about equity, it has to be for everyone in a county. Remember, Ronald Park has almost 30% of its population that has been voiced for a long time. Their voices are as important as anyone else's here. They never got the chance to either see the map or even be a part of this process. We cannot create inequity. We cannot create equity one way and inequity the other way. Let's think of all of us as one. Ronald Park sent 2 maps, and if for some reason you cannot see that it's adequate, please let's consider the status quo. Let's make that historical change together by considering everyone equally, please. And I am really saddened that Ronald Park people are being sacrificed for one part of the county. We know how hard it is. And I am speaking as a person of color that have gone through hardship. We cannot do this to ourselves. We are one. And Roanoke Park is doing it for everyone. Please consider. I yield my time. Thank you.
Chair Hopkins, there are no more hands at this time.
Thank you very much, Karen. I will go ahead and bring it back to the board for comments, deliberation, and hopefully to actually move forward what your top 2 map preferences are so that we can get a sense of where everyone is and if we have majority support for any of the maps that have been brought forward today. I'll start to my left, Supervisor Rabbit, and then Supervisor Corsi.
Oh, thank you very much. And it's good to hear from everyone. A couple of notes. I mean, this thing is on, right?
Actually, we do have one more comment. I just received a message from Ana Lugo, who is an ARC commissioner who was trying to make public comment but was unable to. And so is it possible to allow her 2 minutes to address us, please? Sorry, Supervisor Rabbit, for the interruption. We'll go back to you in 2 minutes, hopefully.
Okay. Great, Anna. When prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
Good morning. Can you hear me, Karen?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chairwoman Hopkins. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I did not realize I had accidentally lowered my hand, and Supervisor Rabbit, I will be brief so that you can get to your points, and thank you for your kindness of allowing me to speak. I want to be very clear that this is not, I want to make sure that we are not pinning communities against each other. This is a both and. We really did look closely at the equity principles. We made sure that we were looking also at federal and state law. And we also did hear from the Roanoke Park community that they wanted to be together, that they did not want to be split into 2 districts. I want to say that because it really isn't. And I think that it could be a huge disfavor and very harmful to our communities if we start pinning leaders of color against each other and communities against each other, because that is not the case here. I also want to say that equity is very specific and it is uncomfortable. And we have to be able to live in the discomfort of what that means. I do want to, fortunately, I do have to agree with Commissioner Lange that there are microaggressions happening in this whole process. And those are the very minute things that make very big impacts. And so there are so many, and I've said this to you time and time again, there's such deep capacity building that is necessary for the county to be able to address these processes in a way that aren't harmful. This process was harmful to commissioners of color during the redistricting process. It continues to be harmful, and it will continue to be harmful to communities of color. We continue to have a conversation of either or, and don't start to address the both and the ways in which we can both serve communities that want to be together and also communities that have been historically harmed. And with that, I want to say thank you. And I know that this is a really, really hard process, and wish you the best of luck.
You, and that does conclude our comments.
Thank you. And with that, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Supervisor Rabbit.
No, thank you very much. Again, I appreciate the comments of everyone. Someone mentioned an email. I returned an email to several people, many people who had contacted me, and I mentioned the community angst, and I think yeah, there is community angst. Angst is as in, I think it's described well with the 94-page list we got of correspondence on this particular issue. People are concerned about what is happening, where their community of interest is, and how it gets changed going forward. So there's a lot of, there has been a lot of input, and I very much appreciate that. That is all part of the process, I believe, and it's a good thing. The work of the ARC has been a very good thing. One correction I would like to make on behalf, and I know county council won't say it, but county council has never drawn a map historically. That is not, they have not been an entity to do that. I do think that the map that I prefer going forward does, I believe, the ARC's primary, and I've corresponded with both mayor and vice mayor of both the cities of Cotati and Rona Park. I do believe that the ARC's primary goal was to get Roseland, Moreland united with Santa Rosa. And I respect that, and I want to make sure that we move in a direction that can do that. As to the actual limits of that annexation or that area into the third, I leave it up to the map experts to figure out where those lines should be. And I referred, I guess, to the white area that on that one map that's shown. I think that map solves that particular issue, but then also pays more attention to the perimeter. And I think it does, quite frankly, for Rona Park, it respects more so the communities of interest through the other boundaries that we're trying to also solve for, because this is trying to solve for everything. And it's going forward in that vein. I will say this, in my conversations with both Cotati and Rona Park, and there's mutual agreement, I believe, with those that I talked to. You know, Cotati was incorporated a year after Rona Park was, for a reason. There's a long history of why Cotati has different land use laws than Rona Park, and the growth of Cotati versus Rona Park and everything else. Are they a community of interest? That history would prove otherwise. And I think there's a strong feeling in that if you talk to those individuals who are familiar with how they both came to be in that particular area. So with that, you know, I'm not sure how I refer to the map. I believe it's 81749 going forward. And I'm open to my colleagues if there's, I know that our next hearing is going to be on the 7th of December. And then, and that will be the final determination of a map, and whether or not there should be another map brought forward for discussion. But I think we need to start fine tuning the edges and really kind of understanding those areas, balancing the numbers and looking at that accordingly. I do think it's interesting if you look at my glasses are fogging up, but if you look at the district demographics, both on the current and within that, or even the ARC map, I believe that there's nothing lost in terms of the makeup, particularly as the census calls it Hispanic vote on the map of 81749. In fact, it may be slightly higher, which I think is also part of the overall goal on the equity side of things. So I look forward to my colleagues' comments, but that's the map that today, as we move forward, I would be most comfortable with.
And can I get clarification on that? Because that's actually not a number that I'm finding in the numbers that I have listed. I see an 81153. I see a 73407, but I don't see an 81749. And then I see the sort of ones that are alphabetically listed.
It's Kona Chauffeurs. I may have written down the number wrong.
I believe that's 81153. Does that seem to be? I'm going to look to staff on this.
So again, I don't believe this map was shared to the public gallery, which is why you might not be seeing it there. But the number I have is 81749.
So there might be two different versions of the map. There might be one with the white space and one without. I'm guessing that's what it is. So there's sort of two. So is 81749 the one with the white space maybe, and 81153 without?
Correct.
Right.
At least on 81749, that one has white space on it. The other one,
I think if there's essentially two versions of the same map, which is hence the confusion in the numbers. One has white space and one doesn't. So
yeah, and to that extent, I mean, if that entire area can match exactly what the ARC brought forward, that would be great.
Great.
That would be ideal.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Corsi.
Thank you. I just want to start by addressing the notion that what we're doing up here somehow is dismissive or disrespectful of the work of the ARC. Nothing could be further from the truth. You know, the board has essentially the same responsibilities as the ARC to look at alternatives, to hear from the public, to take this input. Considering the input and asking questions does not disrespect the ARC in any way. And I just want to make that clear from my point of view. You know, it's been interesting to watch this process play out. And I really want to thank the work that the Advisory Redistricting Commission has done. And this is not gaslighting, it's admiration. You know, the beginnings of this process were so frustrating for all of you and unsatisfying for all of you. I understand that, but you turned it around. You made this work your own. You know, established some principles and goals, and I think that you've met them. I appreciate that. Over the last couple of weeks, the reaction to your work has been really pretty amazing. There are a few times and few issues that generate the amount of public interest as this has, and I think that is a contribution to our residents in Sonoma County. I think that a lot of them have become more educated about supervisorial districts, about the redistricting process, and ultimately about democracy. Unfortunately, a lot of that reaction has become an us versus them situation. You know, people talking about destroying communities and changing the character of communities. I don't believe it's possible to change the character of a community with a line on a map. I do believe it's possible to empower a community with this process. And that's what interests me here. Empowering one community does not mean disempowering another. It means leveling a playing field that has been tilted unfairly for decades and generations. So there's been a lot of talk about the rush that you all have been under as the redistricting commission, the rush, the pressure of time that the consultants have been under. That's just something that we have to deal with. The amount of public input that has gone into this process, and I think Ms. Schiltgen mentioned this at the beginning, is unprecedented in the way that any of this has been done before. The public has been able to be heard. The commission made up of residents, not elected folks in this community, has done a stellar job. You all have put time, heart into this process. Lately, there's been a lot of talk about individual supervisors and who wants to be represented by whom. I do not see it that way. I don't see this being about me. I don't see this being about any of us who are up at this dais right now. It's about the voters and how they'll make decisions long after all of us are gone from up here. The Press Democrat this morning editorialized on this process and said we should stand pat. We should maintain the status quo. We've heard from several folks this morning who have said that same thing. We should maintain the status quo. Well, maintaining the status quo works great if you're a member of the status quo. But what does it say to members of our community who aren't part of the status quo? What are we saying? Are we saying, yes, we need change, but not now? Come back in 10 years and we can talk about it? I can't accept that. If we want to lift up disadvantaged communities now, if we want to attract and retain leaders of color now, if we want to honor the commitment to equity and inclusion that we've included in our strategic plan now, then I think that we have to honor the work that the Advisory Redistricting Commission has done. And we have to accept that map, map D. I don't mind if we do a little trimming around the edges, Bennett Valley, Mark West, but the primary elements of the map that the Redistricting Commission has put in front of us is an important piece of work. And I'm going to favor that piece of work.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Gore?
Thank you. Quite a morning, quite a day, quite an earful. And I want to thank everybody for raising your voices. There's two things that we're talking about in respect to our work here today. Technically, we're talking about areas of high population, small geographic changes, but big impacts on communities that have concentration. The second thing is we're talking about areas of large geography that don't have a large population, but also have core resources that need protection in the same way that communities do. It's kind of emblematic of our entire county, and I love that we have that this just isn't just an urban center or a rural enclave, that we have these issues. There's a couple other things I look at when I see this is intent and action. And I want to acknowledge at the onset, the reason that this is still messy and still under a time constraint is because we did have the intention to create a commission that brought a different voice and a different perspective to this entire process. As I learned from the difference of intention and action, as I told my wife one time about 8 months into our relationship, I said, I think I finally got it, honey. If I'm unintentionally a jerk, I'm still a jerk. Yeah, I say that only as a white guy who's in a position of authority and some would say power, is I oftentimes try to define what is my place. When is it to be a champion? When is it to be an ally? When is it to be an accomplice? And how do I accept change that makes me feel uncomfortable? All that being said, this is one white guy up here in a position of authority, responsibility, power, whatever you'd call it, who is going to be supporting, by and large, the ARC map and potentially with some small changes on the edges that Supervisor Corsi represented. I want to thank the ARC. I want to let you know that the backlash that you have received from having the audacity to lean in and be leaders of change is something that I admire. At the same time, I'm oftentimes reminded by an old quote I read, probably by some old white guy, I think it was Aristotle, that said something to the tune of, the only way to not get any complaints against you is to say nothing, to do nothing, and to be nothing. And so I admire you stepping forward. I know this is going to be tough no matter what we decide as a board, but I will be supporting in the general theme of what Supervisor Corsi mentioned, which is accepting the ARC map with potentially some changes to the big geography areas that, as we've been told by the chair, Ed Sheffield, really were written by the consultants, not by the ARC directly. I'd like to hear in the future, maybe before this comes back, depending on how we go, if that's a problem for our redistricting commission, because once again, this is not the most important thing to me, is to change every little area on a map. But at the same time, I think we talked about honoring the landscape areas as much as the population. So thank you.
First of all, I want to thank the Art Commission most sincerely. I remember back a decade ago, barely paying attention to the redistricting and the boundaries drawn by 3 county insiders. And yet a small change, a rather small change, convinced me to move further into District 1 and to run for election for the first district supervisor. So boundaries do make a difference. Empowerment a voice for the communities of interest does make a difference. And all of the meetings that you have attended, the conversations that you have held in the community, the great work by Herman Hernandez, and the sheer amount of the written word in newspapers, my column, for example, is incredibly informative to a larger community who may be disengaged from county politics, county issues, county supervisor, and yet you've created the opportunity, the window to have really important discussions about what it means to empower, to be a community of interest, to stand together, to find your voice. I will be supporting the map that you developed as well, with some changes that James Gore and I might share, which is a community of interest is not just a community of interest of color. Community of interest is shared experience. And Supervisor Gore and I have had the challenges and the opportunities to create and share communities of interest in the Mark West watershed, and so many neighborhoods and neighbors who lost homes and are struggling to rebuild their lives and their properties. So I would encourage that boundary might shift a little further north, so that I again can represent the interests of the fire survivors that have absorbed so much loss and personal grief. And the second larger change that I would advocate for is understanding the needs of land use and development guidelines in creating shared community interests. That is the Bennett Valley Area Plan. Actually, when I was reviewing that, I was a little surprised at how far it extended down to Petaluma Hill Road, which is why some of the maps have a large V going down into Petaluma Hill Road. That's an area, that's a community of interest, all of Bennett Valley. And we've heard from many, many constituents in Bennett Valley saying, please keep us together. We understand we have social events, we share a school district and a fire district. And so it is important to honor their concerns about keeping their community intact. And it is almost the current supervisor lines, or the district lines between Supervisor Rabbit and myself. And it works for us because we've been able to represent a lot of those neighbors' concerns, whether they're watershed, flooding, emergency preparedness, because indeed we did have the fires extend into Bennett Valley quite significantly. And so I would advocate for those two. It looks large, but actually it affects small populations. And as I've said previously, I've represented Santa Rosa, all of the areas of Santa Rosa. And so those boundaries are absolutely important to me, and I will represent those, whether they are in my current district or future district, or share those constituents with other supervisors. So thank you to the commission. Thank you to staff. Thank you to the community. You have done an amazing job of educating us all about the importance of boundaries and the importance of creating opportunities to come together. So thank you. And I look forward to the next iteration. Hopefully we can approve them at our next meeting.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gorin. You know, one thing that I want to say is that it seems like through this process, there has been a bit of a mentality that has developed. Either you were for us or you were against us. And in some ways, I think that this process, while it has in some moments brought out the best in us, it has also brought out the worst in us. And I have seen in the comments that I have received, hundreds of comments, you know, a certain level of xenophobia, honestly, of sort of fear of the unknown, of fear of the other, of assumptions that another community's values are not reflective of some of the community's values that I represent. And I think that that's a really dangerous road to go down. You know, I think that this is a process, and the process was, right, to form this ARC, to have these conversations, and then come to the board and have these conversations. And I think that unfortunately, there have also been some assumptions made about this board. I can tell you that I'm just here trying to do my best. You know, I listened to the ARC meetings. I have also, you know, read the Fair Map Act at least a half a dozen times, trying to sort of get to, you know, not only the words, but really the intent behind it, right? And over the past few weeks since that first ARC map was published, I have met with dozens of people, including a Spanish language town hall in Roseland, trying to reach out to leaders in communities that I am quite frankly less familiar with, because I haven't represented them up to this point in time. And so the intent has always been trying to hear from everyone and trying to have an inclusive and transparent process. You know, the ARC goal, as I understand it, the focus, right, was to get Roseland and Moreland into the third. But I never thought that the ARC goal was to get Roanoke Park into the 5th district. I sort of saw that more as an outcome than as an intention. And we have since heard, right, from Roanoke Park and from West County that this doesn't make any sense to them, that they don't really understand why that happened. And I have also heard concerns raised surrounding the compactness criterion, which is not the top priority, right, in terms of sort of the ranked priorities, but is certainly something to take into consideration. Additionally, I've had concerns that were raised about inequity created in Roanoke Park by this decision, about the alignment in particular of A and B sections with Roseland, Moreland, and South Park. And I've tried to talk to a lot of different representatives and elected representatives as well as residents of Roanoke Park. And I have heard that from folks that they feel that they are culturally, linguistically, and socioeconomically aligned more with Roseland and Moreland and South Park than they are with rural West County. At the same time, I've also heard from Roanoke Park that they want to be kept whole. I've also heard that if we don't accept the map submitted by Roanoke Park, they just want the boundaries to stay the same. So I think that one of the important things to recognize is that there has not been one clear message, quite frankly, from any community that we have spoken with. And I have actually listened to and spoken with BIPOC leaders and residents in Roseland who actually want to stay part of the 5th district. So I think it's really dangerous when we kind of paint one community as a monolith, and we have to acknowledge that dissent and diversity of opinion is actually an important part of the process. And so sort of saying like you're either with us or against us, when we're hearing this diversity of perspectives, even within sort of the residents and the populations that we are focused on lifting up and listening to, I think is an important thing to acknowledge. You know, and I honestly wish that I didn't know who drew the maps that we kind of talked about today, because at the end of the day, I care far more about the product than the author. And just speaking really candidly, I felt like the NBC maps that came back to us today that were new were amateur hour. They look like they were drawn by someone who has no clue what Sonoma County looks like. And I think it's fair to say that in fact they were. You know, I like map 81153/81749, not because it was drawn by a white guy, but because it sort of was looking, I think, to incorporate some of the concerns of rural communities and draw lines that made sense out there. I also like map 73407, not because it was drawn by Roanoke Park, but because I also sort of felt like it was trying to achieve those equity goals while sort of making softer adjustments around the edges. And finally, the ARC map, which I like because it empowers the community and sort of the voice and the process of bringing a fresh perspective and a fresh change. So those are my top 3 maps for the reasons that I just shared, and I will side with the majority of my colleagues in supporting the ARC map. So it sounds like we will be moving forward with that with some adjustments. I will say that one of my frustrations with the ARC map is the lack of attention to rural communities and sort of where the existing boundaries are inadequate. And so I would hope that we actually have an opportunity, and I would like to see this in real time, not sort of at the next board meeting, because I have found that NDC does not seem to really be responsive to everything that we ask for. And I want to see that before it's sort of finalized, or I'll be sending it back for more revisions. But I would like to address some of the areas of West County, particularly around Forestville, to sort of smooth some of these areas. And I'm also interested in looking at South Sebastopol, because a lot of folks are really confused about who their 5th district or 2nd district supervisor is there. And there might be some more sensible ways to draw some of those boundaries. Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question along those lines, because earlier in this meeting, I got the impression that the ball is kind of in our court now, to be specific, that NDC or NRC, I'm sorry, I can't remember the acronym, but they're not familiar enough to be doing the kind of scalpel work that needs to be done as to what my colleagues are asking for. So, how much detail do you need from us? How do we make sure that we are providing that in ways that are going to be acceptable by the time we get to our deadline, and also that respect the work of the ARC?
Supervisor Corsi, I can address that. Our demographers help us to make sure that we have a population balance within the appropriate 10% deviation. But specific details and understanding our community and the very specific boundaries, I realize it's been a long meeting. I realize you have a lot on your agenda today, but we have an open and public meeting right now, and it would be super useful if you have the very specific comments we've heard from Supervisor Gorin and Supervisor Gore about the Mark West boundary and about the Bennett Valley boundary, and that we've heard from Chair Hopkins about the edges of Forestville, as well as the community of Sebastopol. The more information and detail we can get at this time, the more likely we are able to come back with something that pleases the majority of your board, and that you all have done the homework to look at whether it complies with California law. And so we can satisfy that, because December 7th is a hard deadline. We can have some tweaks at that meeting, but we will have to be posting it that afternoon, which will be a fast turnaround. So the more information we can do now is helpful.
That concludes your question. Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. It's and I appreciate very much the comments of my colleagues, especially our chair. I think, and I started off by saying I want to respect the work of the ARC, and I do. I know that the Southwest Santa Rosa, Moreland, Roseland, or that area was very important to be brought into Santa Rosa, which I think we can achieve. But I also think that there's other areas that we all have some questions about in terms of how those communities actually, where they actually are connected to, and how they interact with one another. And we certainly kind of know that within our own experiences, not only serving, but also just living here in Sonoma County. So I do hope that we can go forward with really looking at those other areas and how you really balance that population that was swapped out. I mean, just incorporating the entire city of Roanoke Park and basically saying we're good, in my mind, we can do a little better. We can refine that. And I know that time was of the essence, and trying to get the map out and get it to us. This is why we're here, is to make sure that we keep adjusting that map until we get it as good as it can be on the 7th of December, when we have to make that final determination for the next 10 years. So there is this kind of thing. It's all of the map or none of the map. I don't buy that. I think it's, let's take the major components of what the ARC is trying to achieve, which in my mind is really that Southwest Santa Rosa, and let's try to make sure that we understand what we're doing everywhere else. And it isn't about any individual. It isn't about even the district. I mean, for me, going up to Bennett Valley Golf Course or for the 2nd district doesn't make sense. And so those kind of things we need to kind of just make sure we continue to work on going forward, because I think we need to make sure that final map that we put into effect for the next 10 years is well thought out and as refined as can be, given the time constraints that we have.
So direction on possible map refinements. I am hearing from Supervisor Rabbit, sort of looking at that Bennett Valley sort of area, or sort of coming up the east side. Are there other things that you want to share in terms of possible modifications? Okay. Yeah, we might need to take a little while, because this, I mean, I don't think that any of us were anticipating sort of redrawing lines in real time on a map that we hadn't yet selected before we walked into this board meeting. So I'm almost wondering if we want to sort of adjourn into lunch and closed session to allow us an opportunity to take 15 or 20 minutes for all of us to sort of look more closely at these map boundaries and then to reconvene in order to provide direction to staff. Because I don't think that it's a good idea for us to try to slice and dice this right now, when this sounds like it's our primary opportunity to provide direction to the consultants who have not always been so responsive to our needs to actually get it right the next time. Is that fair enough for everyone?
I appreciate that. I think that sounds like a thoughtful plan.
All right, so we will take a pause, and we have a very lengthy closed session calendar, so we are not going to get to all of it. I'm wondering what Council Pittman, I'm wondering what your thoughts are. If we should go ahead and is it okay? Are we legally allowed to take comment on closed session, adjourn the closed session, and then come back and continue the same board item? First of all.
Yes.
Great.
So I think the way we do that is we will continue this item to the afternoon.
Great.
Or after a closed session, we'll bring up closed session now, take comment on all the items, but we will likely have to adjourn back into closed session this afternoon. The most relevant thing at the moment will be how long a break do you want, how many items, and how much time for you each to look at the maps.
Yeah. I think that we should probably reconvene at no later than 1:30 because we have such a substantial afternoon calendar. Oh, that's wrong. Don't look at the clock on the wall. The clock on the wall says 1:20, so that's why we're all laughing in the chambers. So 1:30 or 2, because we have a number of items still to go through in the afternoon. Does that make sense?
Yes, there's I think we can get 2 or 3 items.
Okay, so let's plan on so we are going to continue this item into the afternoon to hopefully 1:30 p.m. time certain. In the meantime, we will be adjourning into closed session, which means that we will take comment on our closed session calendar at this point in time. And if you give me 1 second, I will pull up what numbers those are.
Through the chair, may I make one suggestion? I think that it was very clear from our board's discussion and from County Council Pittman, but I just want to make clear that the public hearing has closed and the continuation would be the board deliberation.
Thank you very much, Linda. I appreciate that. Yes, that does close the public hearing, and we will continue the deliberations in the afternoon. So the closed session items are items 58 through 65. And item 59 was removed from the closed session calendar by addendum. So I would look to see if there are any members of the public who wish to speak in person on the closed session calendar. And I don't think I'm seeing any. Oh, maybe one. Looks like we maybe have one member of the public in person. Is that correct? There's a little bit of a glare, so I can't quite see through the door. I believe we have one. So give us one moment, Karen, and we will hear from a member of public in the board chambers. And then we'll go to Zoom.
I'd like to indulge me for a second. I want to ask a question because I got here late and there was no public comment until 4:30. Usually it's at 2.
This is comment on the closed session calendar. So
Okay,
if you have any
but I
comments on the closed
understand. I was
session
just
calendars,
asking because you're saying that the public comment is not till 4:30 or so.
it will likely be much later than that. At this
Okay,
point.
can I comment on the the water issue or the COVID issue?
It is closed session calendar only at this point in time.
What are those topics?
They're items 59 through 65. Or actually exclusive of 59, so 60 through 65.
But not 50, not the water and not the COVID.
Correct, no.
I find it very disheartening that you change the times all the time. And so I'll share with you that it's not fair
So this
And
is
then a lot
not
of this
a
information is
comment
being
on the
changed.
closed session calendar. If you'd like to comment on the closed session calendar, you may comment on that. Thank you very much. That's not relevant to our closed session calendar. So we are going to mute your mic and continue with our comments on Zoom. Thank you, Karen. Thank you very much. Please go ahead and exit now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. For our Zoom attendees, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand or press *9 if you are phoned in. Chair Hopkins, we have 1 or 2.
Okay, let's stick to 90 seconds because we are running so late today. Thank you, Karen.
Could I have the timer up, please? Thank you. Our first speaker is Todd. When prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
Okay, I'm just gonna chime in because I just kind of witnessed what I saw, and you guys do realize that we as a public have a right to ignore any mandate because those are illegal and walk right in there and get in your face. You realize that, right? I mean, not physically assault
Sir,
you.
I'm gonna have to.
No, I'm just telling you, you work for us.
Okay, I'm not sure what's happening, but I don't believe it's comment on the closed session calendar.
No, I
Thank you, Karen.
we have no further commenters.
Okay, thank you. And I hope that altercation ended amicably. All right, with that, we will be adjourning into closed session and we will be, again, continuing the board deliberations, having closed the public hearing on the redistricting commission item.
Chair Hopkins, can you hear me? I got it. I got it. Okay, looks like we're good. You can start whenever now, Chair Hopkins. Actually, we can't hear you. You can't hear it in there? Okay.
We're muted on Zoom, I think, in your computer, or, oh, there we go. Ding,
Yeah,
ding.
here we go. Here we go. We can start now. Sorry
Great.
for that.
All right, and with that, I will formally bring it back to the board to continue deliberations on the matter of redistricting. So, I do want to maybe check in with board members as to whether there are questions that have they have come across over the last hour. And then also I wanted to, or more than that, sort of check in on process going forward. So actually, why don't I hand it over to County Council, CAO Bratton, who wants to sort of talk about how we're going to handle this and how we're going to continue to accept community feedback, have opportunities to make small modifications to the map, and do so in a way that ultimately does not hand over our redistricting process to a judge on December 15th.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins, and I'll start. And at any time you want to jump in, Linda, just let me know. Process going forward, we believe it's too complicated for the board to just sit and individually redraw lines in their district without coordinating with each other, which requires us to be in the same room. Our suggestion is that we hold one special meeting solely for redistricting with the board prior to the December 7th meeting. At that meeting, the board would like the ability to have map lines adjust or district lines adjusted in real time so we can see what those impacts are from both a population perspective as well as impact to communities who would get moved from one district to another. There are, and depending on which map that the board identifies as their preferred choice, pending conclusion of deliberations today, that would be the map we would start with. It will give us some time over the next week or so, depending on when we can find a date for the special meeting, to allow community input. We would expect this to be about a half-day session, and we would expect someone who can operate, preferably our demographer, who can operate the map in real time and make adjustments as suggested by either the public or the board. With that, I will turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you very much. And I do think that we still have an opportunity today to sort of discuss some high-level feedback and some areas where we might want to explore some solutions. So that will kind of give the demographer and staff some opportunities to potentially bring some draft maps forward at that next meeting, while we also have the ability to then modify it in real time based on we've done no community engagement surrounding these particular issues. And so I think identifying those issues, hearing from the community, and then being able to modify in real time will be really important. Are there any questions before we sort of go back into deliberations and suggestions? So I have one if no one else does. I was wondering what the incorporated and unincorporated breakdown of the ARC map is.
I can pull that up if you give me a second. It was included in the November 2nd presentation.
And while Yvonne's pulling that out, let me note to the board and to the public that while the board was in closed session, our consultant is on the line and our demographer and helping us with population balance to look at some of the changes the board had suggested. And the Bennett Valley community with the current ARC map and the population in D1, it's the Bennett Valley community has more population that would be, it would require more significant tweaking to make sure that we are meeting the federal law requirements and also the state law requirements. So that's not to say that it can't be done. It's just to let you know, because it is more of a, it's not the Mark West boundary that was discussed, which is pretty minor, and get clarification about what's required with Forestville. But the Bennett Valley is more of a population issue that would require more analysis for population to make sure that we're meeting the federal and state law requirements.
Thank you. So update on the unincorporated incorporated balance.
So this was a slide that was included in that November 2nd meeting when the commission presented their map. This was in the appendix, but this is unincorporated versus incorporated in the ARC recommended map.
And another question that I have for clarification is that, the 5th district just loses a whole bunch of people under this proposal. It's a smaller district than the district that I currently represent. And I believe that that also impacts the ability of the 1st district to say, add residents from Bennett Valley. If I had more population, right, and there were sort of more parity to begin with, there would be greater capacity for the 1st district to absorb additional population. Is that while still staying within the 10% margin? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it might make sense to look for ways to add some population to the 5th district to try to bring it more in alignment with the other districts that could then provide some flexibility around Bennett Valley. Would that potentially make sense?
It's largely a policy call.
Okay, thank you for that. So any other questions from members of the board before we sort of start looking at kind of the areas that we want to look at?
Just if you can, put that slide back for a few minutes, just looking at the numbers.
Do we have the sort of previously existing incorporated and unincorporated numbers to see sort of how it impacts? Is that in the?
It's in the PowerPoint.
Okay.
It's in the current, it's in today's.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to, if there's any way to see that side by side. I'll pull that up. All right. I'm just going to take a picture so that I have it. And then I can look at it next to the other one. Other questions from members of the board before we start going? Okay, so why don't we try to maybe just go again. Well, let's right to left because we did left to right last time. Or Supervisor Abbott, you're leaning in.
Yeah, I sent a couple of emails, but I didn't get a. Can you just send us the link to the ARC map, please? So it's convenient and right in front of us.
Sure.
All right, so why don't we sort of start on my right and identify currently known areas of concern with the ARC as it pertains to specifically your new district, and then provide any feedback and guidance that we can then carry into our special meeting and sort of dive into more details. So starting with Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you. I think I articulated a couple of the changes that I wanted to see that looks large on a map, but those areas are relatively unpopulated. And that is looking at an overlay of the Bennett Valley Area Plan, which incorporates most of my current boundaries and would keep Bennett Valley intact. On the northern part, northwestern part, Supervisor Gore and I want to share the watershed and all of the folks who survived fires up there, and the boundaries might be Mark West Springs, Porter Creek, and Petrified Forest Road might be a good way to divide the districts. My boundary into Santa Rosa can be fluid. If we need to make up and compensate for additional population in those two areas, I think Supervisor Corsi and I are agreeable to looking at common boundary changes, minor boundary changes, since that area of Santa Rosa in Northeast Santa Rosa is more popular than any of the areas that I'm talking about.
Do you have anything to add, Supervisor Gorin, or does staff sort of have clarity
No,
on those
those
on those
are the
issues?
three, unless you want to contemplate moving San Pablo Bay and the Napa Valley border. No, just kidding.
All right, Supervisor Gore.
You know, the only one that I was really focused on is the border between District 1 and District 4 on Marquest Springs Road. The response I got from the chairman of one of the co-chairmen of the ARC and others was that that was not a priority focus from the ARC. I'd like to, when we see it again, understand if there's any issue there, but that was put forward by the consultant. So the only thing is the preference from my perspective would be to keep the border, the existing border between Districts 1 and 4, instead of just moving that line where we have constituent services and fire survivors and other things like that. But once again, I state that with the knowledge that we're going to have another board meeting on this. And at that time, I'd love to hear from folks if I'm running countercurrent to anything as was initially proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Corsi.
Thanks. As I said, I'm happy to state the core principles of the ARC's recommended map, along with the tweaks that my colleagues are looking for on some of the borders.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit.
I'll speak generally. Actually, if you can, I was asking for the link, and I don't have it. The map that we're talking about, which is the ARC map.
I just sent you a link, but I can pull it up as well if you'd like.
No, it's fine. If you send it to me, I can open it.
And just to be clear, this is available on the county's website for the public to review as well.
Yeah, sure. Supervisor Gore, if you want to add something while we're waiting for Supervisor Abbott.
Well, I just wanted to say that also I'm referring to the comment you brought up earlier, Chairwoman, about the population in District 5. And if you look, there are some small changes to where our districts intersect out on that Guerneville Road, Olivet Road, Piner Road kind of area there. Also, one of the maps had some areas of East Side Road and others. And I just wanted to state that if there's an interest in gaining some more population from those areas, I mean, once again, I'm open to whatever happens. I don't think that was the priority of the ARC representation, and that does not cover the area of, let's say, keeping Coffee Park, Larkfield, and Wikiapple.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Rabbit, are you ready, or you want me to say a few things while we're waiting?
No, why don't you go ahead, because I don't think that was the right link.
Okay. So a few of my thoughts are, I am interested in trying to add population to the 5th, because I don't know that it really makes sense to start out with a district, that has such substantially less population compared to the other districts. And I think that way, honestly, if we sort of set the stage for the future, there won't be as many potentially rapid dramatic changes in future census, right? Because if we get a little bit out of whack, then we're sort of already beyond the 10% margin. So I kind of feel like it makes sense to me to try to have equal population amongst the 5 districts. And I would appreciate trying to gain some population in ways that don't create dramatic spiral effects. And so I am interested in looking at sort of that Forestville area and looking at the map that had been submitted by Eric Koenig-Schofer around some of the boundaries over in that area. So looking at really kind of almost the middle reach of the Russian River there. I am also interested in looking at where the line is drawn south of Sebastopol, because I consistently get folks who insist that they're in my district and that they voted for me, but in fact they're in the 2nd district, and I know they did not vote for me. So it's sort of an area where there is certainly a community of interest and kind of, I don't know, people shed of, economy and activity that really does funnel into the city of Sebastopol. And I'm kind of thinking, I don't want to go anywhere towards Bloomfield because I feel like Bloomfield really belongs in kind of that Petaluma Dairy Belt corridor. I'm thinking sort of more along 116, particularly, in the areas kind of around Hessel, Blank Road, some of those sort of parts. But I would want to have that conversation with Supervisor Rabbit because I know he's very familiar with that area as well. And I think that if we were to sit down and also even quite frankly look at the schools and the fire districts and like figure out a place that makes sense, because right now I don't know that it makes sense. Another location where I think the 5th district could potentially pick up some populations is I am not familiar at all with Rohnert Park. And so I really want to have an opportunity to listen to the community surrounding what kind of a community buffer makes sense. I don't think that just drawing lines around an actual city boundary actually keeps that community of interest together. And right now, for instance, I believe that Sonoma State University lies just outside of the boundaries of the 5th district in the 2nd. So I just wanted to sort of mention that as something that I feel like everyone believes that Sonoma State University is in Rohnert Park, and yet it's not in the same supervisorial district as Rohnert Park. So I think it's really important, and I would actually hope that there might be opportunities, say for our staff or our PIO staff, to try to maybe hold some listening sessions or to reach out to Rohnert Park city representatives and to try to get their perspective on where they believe the boundary would be. I know that this is not a map that they supported, so it's not going to be an easy conversation, but I think that now that the decision has been made, we need to have conversations around how we can actually reflect the will of the representatives and voters of Rohnert Park as this map is drafted that's going to sort of determine their home and their future and their vote at county government level for the next 10 years. So those are my requests of areas to look at. And, I guess it will depend on sort of how the population balance comes out, but it looks like we have about 7,000 that we could potentially try to gain through these various areas that I described. And I know the rural areas don't have a lot. I would guess that the sort of parts just outside of Rohnert Park might have a little more population density. So I look forward to that. And I do think that there's going to be a need to meaningfully engage with Rohnert Park on these topics as this process moves forward, because they know their communities better than we do. Supervisor Rabbit, are you ready?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And thank you. And echo your comments regarding that area, that edge that we both abut districts along Sebastopol. And like you said, I would look for those areas that typically would be more attracted into the Sebastopol side of that ridge to be in D5 as opposed to D2. I think it's very important for the Petaluma Dairy Belt to extend into D2. Quite frankly, Petaluma, and one could even go across the border into Marin. West Marin is tied to Petaluma, as is the Dairy Belt. I would even say that Valley Forge, which I know has gone back and forth over the last couple of redistricting maps, is probably more akin to the Dairy Belt than it is to the coast, but want to make sure that right now it's pretty tight to Bloomfield, kind of arbitrarily, quite frankly, and think that we should really look at that. It's not a high density area, but one where certainly the community of interest can be argued. The other one, as you keep coming across east, is the Grayton Casino, which has historically been in D2 and the tribal lands therein. And certainly since the inception of the casino, that has been in D2. I'm not sure, not to say that it can't switch. Don't know what the outreach was with on that piece of tribal land within the county. And probably even more importantly, though, is the area west Rohnert Park, the unincorporated area that surrounds Grayton Casino, which has part of the negotiations with the tribal compact for the casino itself, had certain things that our office helped negotiate and overlook, and want to make sure that their voice is heard as well. As you move further east past, it's unfortunate that you can't have an overlay of city limits on these maps. I think that's a flaw in the software. But there is an area that as you come through East Cachati Avenue, Santero Way, I would love to see the overlay of the Cachati city limits and understand why there's a couple of little strange peninsulas in there, and how those can be, or if they should be cleaned up going forward. I think that's it with the as long as what's along the far eastern border is really takes into account the where people would actually come down into what cities they would be combined to. I take that back, and then of course as we go up, the whole piece up Petaluma Hill Road still, in my mind, is kind of just thrown into D2 because it was a math problem, but I'm not sure it necessarily relates to anything in that regard. So to the extent that that could be looked at, that would be beneficial, I think, for the people who live there as well as the people who live in the South County. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Is there any other feedback from my colleagues that came about based on those comments, or I just would like get thumbs up support for looking at those issues that were described by each supervisor? I certainly support all of the issues that were raised by my colleagues. And also clarity, I'm again not super familiar with the area, but I'm trying to zoom in and figure out where Grayton Casino currently resides. Is it in the proposed 2nd or in the proposed 5th? It is in the proposed 5th. I know it's, yeah. It's like, I know where it is physically, but I'm trying to find it in the sort of blue and yellow is a little more challenging. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. And I think it's an important point because I know that you've worked very closely with the residents who are just outside in the rural areas, correct?
Yeah. And, again, I think whether it's in the 2nd, 5th, 3rd, 4th, or 1st, I'm sure they would all be represented well and their interests would be looked out for. I just wonder if we had heard anything from them and what their preference was going forward.
I think that's a great question. And, I'm wondering if from staff, if there's any information from the ARC regarding engagement with our tribal partners. Was Grayton Casino, Rose Grayton Rancheria consulted? Did anyone reach out to Tribal Chairman Saris?
Crystal Carey Harrell from CAO's office. We did reach out directly to Chairman Saris and invited him to be part of the panel the ARC hosted regarding just equity in terms of principles and people giving historical context for local community. I'm positive that Herman G. Hernandez did reach out to tribal groups. I'm just not sure if that particular group was directly engaged. Yvonne, if you have the list of those participants, I think he shared specifically which tribal organizations and individuals engaged.
Right, and that list I think was attached, I believe November 2nd meeting. I just wanted to quickly add that if you view the ARC map in the interactive review map, you can click on the right-hand side on the checkbox. You can click California Census Places, and that will show the outline of cities overlaid onto the ARC map.
Thank you for that. I also wanted to raise another sort of question to my colleagues. That's not something that I want to get into the details on today, but which I think would be important to bring back at a future meeting. And that's that we've had various conversations surrounding, Supervisor Abbott. Well, no, I'm going on a different topic. So if you want to go back to what we were just talking about, please jump in now.
And actually you brought it up and I did just find it on the map that Sonoma State is in the 2nd. But I think the odd thing about that is that certainly if you're an undergrad, perhaps you're living in the dorms on campus, but then once you're an upperclassman, I would imagine that you're going to be living mostly in the city. So you could do a 4-year career and vote for 2 supervisor elections, which doesn't necessarily make sense. And so I would really encourage that the Sonoma State University is really part of Roanoke Park and should be reflected. I don't know if it's a big number. I just think for principle's sake, it is more associated with the city than it is the unincorporated county. And I apologize. I just want to make sure.
No,
put that in
I
there.
think that makes perfect sense. I appreciate you jumping in. So what I was going to go into is sort of a different topic, which is the conversation that we've had regarding the unincorporated and incorporated balances, sort of the supervisorial districts, and then kind of the demands in terms of, sort of staff time and responsiveness and constituent case management. And so I was going to ask my colleagues if there would be support to bring that back to a future meeting. I don't know, as sort of part A and B, or maybe it's part of the workshop, but to have that conversation at some point of, is there a way to look at staffing as reflected in the kind of unincorporated and incorporated balance? So Supervisor Corsi?
Yes, as I said before, I'm happy to have that conversation, and the time to do that might be when we are discussing the constituent management system and getting that up and running.
What CAO Bratton, when is that planning on coming back to the board? Because I believe we've been working on that for about 4 years. So I just would like to make sure that actually is coming forward at some point.
If you give me a minute, I'll pull up my email on that. The board's already approved it. It's really launching the program. So let me find my email.
Okay, great. Thank you. Supervisor Gorin?
And I missed that. It's launching when, did you say?
She's working on it. She's looking it up. And she'll find out.
Now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So is there support for bringing that conversation back at a future meeting, Supervisor Gorin?
I think it's fine. I've found that even though a largest share of my district is in the unincorporated area, 99% of my time is spent on the unincorporated area. And I suspect that that will not change with even the boundary changes. And so I think it would be important when we bring it back to really evaluate what we all are doing and the length of time our staff members are working on that, barring emergencies, of course, fires, power shutdowns.
I really appreciate that, Supervisor Gorin. What I would hope for is some sort of metric or, algorithm, kind of maybe based on percentage or number of constituents. And so, because they're just, right, we've got our municipal advisory councils, but we also just have more direct case management in terms of permits, in terms of, potholes and kind of all of those other issues. Supervisor Gore?
Supportive.
Supervisor Rabbit, you looking for that conversation? Okay, great. So we will bring that back at some point. Are there any other sort of amendments, adjustments, or thoughts that we want to share on the redistricting map before we sort of table this until our special meeting?
I just wanted to say a big hello. Thank you to our amazing staff for working on this. I can see you verbally sighing once again. Here they go again. But in advance, we appreciate your time and attention, and certainly thank you to all of the members of the community who are really zooming in on this conversation.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Any final thoughts to my left or right? And actually, I do have one other sort of small amendment, and I'm wondering if, David, since you know this area better, there is a rectangle just south of Sonoma State University that would then be basically sort of islanded, I think, by the sort of, I think it would be in yours, but kind of islanded by the 5th.
That's Cannon Manor, and that's an unincorporated residential area. I think they're 1 acre lots. Quite frankly, probably they didn't want to be, but probably should be part of Roanoke Park. Yeah, I represent that now, obviously. I think the line behind that, and then what you see down below is the new development that's being built right now in Roanoke Park, and that's why they've included it in this map.
Gotcha. So that's a conversation we should have at some point.
I'm
open to hearing your
open
thoughts,
to
because
figuring it out. That's a new configuration, so obviously it's got some ramifications. We should determine what's the best way to go forward there.
and if I recollect, that's actually sort of a TMDL type area. Is that correct? That there have been wastewater sort of treatment challenges in that area, which we're very familiar with in West County.
Yeah. And actually the previous supervisor took care of a lot of the issues. There were some other issues that resulted from that. But yeah, it is served by Penn Grove Water, and it is served, the residences are hooked up to Roanoke Park sewer. But it's limited in the capacity. So that's part of the issues too. And the amount of money to have the connections and so on and so forth. So we can talk about that further if you'd like.
Wonderful. I look forward to exploring that area and trying to draw lines that make sense. All right. With that, I believe that does draw us to our conclusion of this item, unless there are any other sort of thoughts to share. And we will thank you very much, staff, for all of your work on this. I know it's been an exhausting and exhaustive process, and we are still not done, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel in December, come hell or high water, because we have to. So, so hopefully we'll be getting there soon. All right, and with that, we will be moving on to our next item. I have to scroll back up because I believe we're still on our morning calendar. So next, 56. Yes, we are on our. CEO Bratton was hoping that we were on item 57. In fact, we are on item 56 out of, I don't even want to know how many. And it is groundwater sustainability plan. So thanks so much, Jay Jaspers, for joining us today, our Sonoma Water Chief Engineer, and Ann Dubé, our Community and Government Affairs Manager. And I see Marcus Trotta also appearing on the screen. So I'm going to hand it over to you for what is going to be the world's most exciting and quickest briefing on groundwater sustainability agencies. So take it away.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins, Jay Jaspers, Sonoma Water. As you mentioned, Ann Dubé and Marcus Trotter with us, as well as Rob Pennington from Permit Sonoma, who have all been integral, among others, in developing these plans over the last 4+ years. This is a joint item, County and Sonoma Water item, where we're seeking board resolutions of support for the groundwater sustainability plans for the Santa Rosa Plain, Petaluma Valley, and the Sonoma Valley. And this represents over 4 years of work, as you are well aware of, multitudes of people, the GSA boards, advisory committees, public, staff, and consultants. And I'm looking at the clock and at your full agenda, and I'm going to expedite the presentation we had planned here. And so I'm going to be skipping a few slides and just trying to hit the key points. So could you go to the, are you controlling this, Ann? Okay, Ann's controlling it. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to start on this slide here and start with just thanking the board because of your extensive involvement over the last 4 years in leadership on the GSA boards, as shown on this slide. Each of you are involved in one of the various GSA boards. So thank you for that leadership. We can skip this slide. Just a couple words on what groundwater sustainability plans are and they are not. First of all, they're very technical documents, very dense content documents. It's been a challenge to communicate and have the information be communicated to the general public and non-groundwater and water experts. And so we've attempted to do that, but they are required to have a lot of technical details because the state has specified that they need to do so. So we have to comply with the state regulations on what is on the plans. They are long-term planning documents, and they are not subject to CEQA, and they are not optional. They are required. It is required to comply with the SGMA. And the other thing I'll point out here is the groundwater sustainability plans is very important, are adaptive. In other words, they're long-term and they will be informed with data as we move through implementation and improved upon 5-year milestones. And so you can consider the plans that we're considering here in for the first version to be the first edition of those plans. Next slide, and you can skip this slide too. Okay, here is a very high-level summary of what the plans have, where they've landed in terms of sustainability for each of the 3 basins you can see on this chart. This is for current conditions, which we define as 2012 to 2018. And SGMA requires us to look at 6 sustainability indicators you can see there on the left column. And I'll just make an observation that the seawater intrusion and surface water, depletion of interconnected surface water due to groundwater pumping, those indicators, we really suffer from a lack of data and information. So we've done the best we can for each of the plans using the data available to us. And we've put in some interim structures for sustainable management criteria in each of the plans for those two indicators. And that's fine. The state expects that situations like this exist, and we just have to articulate a plan over the next 5 years to build that data so we can refine our sustainable management criteria. With the other 4 indicators there, you can see Petaluma, based on the information we have, looks pretty good. The caveat here is overall we have the least amount of data, so we're going to be looking to for the first 5 years to do a little more studies in Petaluma, where Santa Rosa and Sonoma Valley have more data already developed because they've been studied longer in those 2 basins. Santa Rosa Plain looks pretty good with a little bit of groundwater storage decline currently. And Sonoma Valley has probably the most significant issues in terms of the deeper aquifer and also declining groundwater storage. Next slide. So Sigma also requires us to look not just how things are now, but also what they are 50 years into the future, so out to 2070. And so we use a model for that that considers climate change and land use assumptions. There's a lot of work that went into this. Anyway, you can see that Santa Rosa Plain over that 50-year horizon starts to show a little bit of declining groundwater levels. And Sonoma Valley continues to have declining groundwater levels and groundwater storage. Next slide. So how do we address that? And so each plan has a projects and management actions in it. And so here is a summary for each of the 3 plans of what the plans propose to do in order to mitigate, certainly in the Santa Rosa Plain and Sonoma Valley, some of those trends, especially with the groundwater levels. All of the plans call for voluntary water use efficiency programs. That will help not only for Sigma, but for also drought resiliency, especially in the unincorporated area and with agriculture to really focus. In the urban areas, there's a pretty well-established urban conservation program that's been going on for a few decades now. Increase the recycled water use. The GSAs are really looking to work with other agencies, wastewater agencies in each of the basins, especially in Sonoma Valley and Petaluma Valley, to utilize recycled water instead of groundwater. Stormwater capture and recharge. In the Sonoma Valley and Santa Rosa Plain, we're looking to really move forward working with agriculture on on-farm recharge. That can really help with base flows for streams and tributaries. We're also going to be looking at a little higher level in Petaluma Valley too. And then the final one there is aquifer storage and recovery, or groundwater banking of Russian River water that can be brought in the wintertime and spring and actually put down into the deeper aquifers. And here we're seriously looking at moving forward on that with the Santa Rosa Plain and Sonoma Valley, looking at it at a higher level with Petaluma. Next slide. So when we apply those measures I just went over to the 50-year forecast for each of the basins, what we see is a significant improvement in groundwater over this 50-year horizon. So I think moving forward with these plans in the first 5 years and starting to develop those, and we have 20 years to achieve sustainability, is going to go a long way to improving groundwater conditions and compliance with Sigma. Also, sure do other things as we move forward in the coming years. Management action I wanted to highlight here, and it really was a subject of a lot of comments we got on the early drafts of the plans, was really to be more proactive in the first year of implementation on really evaluating policy options for the GSAs on this intersection between Sigma and groundwater management and land use planning. The land use planning, of course, is governed by the county and the cities, and then the GSAs have certain regulatory authorities within the Sigma on groundwater management. And there's an intersection there. And so we've worked with Permit Sonoma in particular to really identify a study that we're going to do that will dive into several of the issues you see here that really get at that intersection of groundwater management and land use planning, to develop policy options to bring to each of the GSA boards and to inform your board here, as you sit as the county supervisors. Also, I'm sure that there might be some things that come forward. So this is an important component of our implementation plan too. Next slide. So the costs for this first 5 years, our estimated cost for each of the basin for each year is in the first 5 is about 1.1 to 1.2 million. And you can see how the costs on average break out. The percentages are a little different for each basin. But you can see a big part of these initial costs for the 5 years are filling those data gaps and updating the model and putting in monitoring systems. And so a lot of work there, but there's also, an administration and operations of 3 public agencies and, project design, stakeholder engagement. And then we have a 5-year update of the plan. None of the costs here include capital project costs at this point for the 5-year. So how are we going to fund this? The GSAs have retained a consultant team to initiate a fee study, which we hope to have completed by late spring. The priority, of course, for funding will continue to be, as it has been, to be very aggressive and obtain state and federal grants. To date, each of the basins has realized over $2 million each, or over $6 million in total for Sonoma County Sigma basins. And then we're also looking at local partnerships, regional partnerships, and other partners that we can utilize or leverage or work with to move forward on common purpose, such as perhaps drought mitigation and Sigma compliance has a lot of overlap and a lot of synergies. But in the end, we are going to need additional fees, and that's the purpose of this fee study, is really to look at the best way for each of the basins to develop a stable fee structure to implement Sigma. So moving forward, the groundwater sustainability plans are due. It's a hard date by statute, January 31st, 2022. In the month of October, we had public reviews for each of the plans and several community meetings and board meetings and advisory committee meetings. Back one. Yeah, thank you. We are looking for each of the GSAs in early December there to seek to have a public hearing and seek approval for the plans. And then DWR will also have a public review period after it's submitted to them. And they have 2 years to review each of the plans also. Next slide. And just very generally, the comments we received, literally hundreds, because over the last year, we've been putting out each section for public review, and then we put it out together, like I said, for the month of October, and we've attempted to respond to the comments and also modify and improve the document. Just in general, the 3 kind of most common type of documents or comments we received are this land use Sigma groundwater management nexus. That was a common area. Climate questions on the climate change future methodology, and then also on depletion of interconnected surface water caused by groundwater pumping, and some of the questions about data and really needing to prioritize that issue. Next slide. And this is our panel to answer any questions. And the next slide, which is our last. And this is our requested action. We're seeking the board adopt resolutions in support of Petaluma Valley Center. With that, Madam.
Thank you so much, Jay.
Recording in
is
progress.
to give credit for recharge, which is, in this case, groundwater sustainability is both. And I do think that we need to find that path forward to make sure that there's a proper ability to both give credit to those areas that allow more water to get down into that aquifer than as compared to just those that are putting a straw in the ground, because I think it is really both. And it goes to also, I believe, the incorporated cities also greatly benefit from a healthy and sustainable groundwater aquifer. And if depending on who you talk to, I know there's a feeling that, well, we don't use it, so we don't need to pay for it. But I think it's a shared resource that belongs to all of us. We all benefit when it is healthy. And if we all put in a little bit, we can keep it that way going forward. So that's my soapbox on the fee structure that we'll all be talking about at some point in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Abbott. Any other questions or comments from members of the board? Supervisor Gorin.
I want to thank all of the staff here presenting this, all of the consultants, and especially the advisory committees who worked so hard in developing the meat and potatoes of the plans moving forward. So thank you all. And I wasn't sure we'd ever get to this point, but indeed we did.
Agree on that one. Seeing no more comments from members of the board. All right, well, and we want to go to public comment. So are there any members of the public in person who wish to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, I would ask Karen if we have any members of the public who wish to comment via Zoom.
Thank you. For Zoom attendees, if you'd like to speak regarding item number 56, please raise your hand or press *9 if you're a phone-in attendee. And how long would you like time? We have one person.
All right, we're going to go for 90 seconds on this one.
Okay. Jimmy, may we have a slide? Thank you. Lisa, when prompted, please unmute and begin speaking. Lisa? Okay, I have a feeling that Lisa did not realize her hand was raised, so we have no further commenters.
Thank you so much, Karen. And I also want to echo Supervisor Gorin's gratitude to staff. You know, this has been an extraordinarily complex, political, sensitive, you know, I mean, you sort of throw in all, it's complex, it's, you know, technically very nuanced, and yet trying to convey that to members of the public who are afraid that government is going to be coming on their property, right, and taking their water and charging them for their water when they already have, you know, wells that they need to maintain. It is an extraordinarily politically charged and also critically important work. And it's actually pretty amazing when you think about how far we've come over the past few years from just forming these right when I was sworn into the board to actually being on the cusp of actually adopting these plans, which is really, really exciting. And also I have to note that this is historic. This is the first time ever that the state of California has regulated groundwater. And that is a big deal because for centuries, this was the Wild West. And so congratulations and thank you to all the staff who have been part of this critical process. I know that it has been long in coming, but it is actually really exciting. So I'm excited to sort of see this move forward, and I would entertain a motion if everyone wants to make that.
With gratitude for all your hard work, I move that the Board of Supervisors supports the adoption of the groundwater sustainability plans in all three basins.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisors Corsi and Rabbit. I would ask Karen to go ahead and lead us in a roll call vote on this agenda item.
Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yes.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes. And thank you so much. Really, really appreciate the brevity of your presentation since this is a long day, and also all of your hard work that's gone into getting us to this point. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
With that, I want to do sort of a quick check-in in terms of time. It's almost 2:45. We still have 5 closed session agenda items, 4 regular session agenda items, and public comment not on the agenda. So I am looking to my colleagues to see if there is interest in moving forward the next two items on consent, and sort of, accepting public comment, in a sort of condensed form and sort of moving forward with that, since we still do have some weighty items to get through this afternoon. I'm looking to my left, I'm seeing nods and nods here. Okay, great. So does someone want to perhaps make a motion to sort of amend that calendar? Do we need to sort of make a motion to amend our calendar to consent those together, or should we still take public comment independently? I'm looking to council.
I would take public comment on the items separately. You can forego the staff report and presentation. If there's any questions for the board, you can ask staff.
Okay, great. So why don't we go ahead then and accept public comment on our next item, which is the COVID-19 emergency response strategy update. Do we have any members of the public who wish to comment on this item? This is item number 57. Not seeing anyone out in the chambers. So Karen, is there anyone who would wish to comment on this item on Zoom?
At this point, I see no hands.
Okay, so I will bring it back to the board then for any questions or remarks on this item. All right, thank you so much, staff, for all of your work on this, and would have loved to have a presentation, but next time, till next time, thank you for your ongoing work. And so with that, we will go ahead and move on to item 58 and look to see if there are any commenters in person who would wish to comment in the chambers. Seeing none, I would ask Karen if we can go ahead and accept public comment via Zoom. And this is on item 58, the California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal, or CalAIM.
At this time, Chair Hopkins, there are no hands.
All right, so bringing it back to the board, do we have any questions or comments on this item? All right, so with that, can we go ahead and get a roll call vote from Karen, please, on this item?
Supervisor Warren?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yes.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes. And with that, we are going to go ahead and move on to what is supposed to be the start of our afternoon calendar, which is our 5-year general fund fiscal projections and fiscal year 22-23 budget update. And we will be joined by our sort of master of the budget, Peter Bruland, our deputy county administrator. Unless Tennis, you want to give the presentation? You feeling the budget update? No, not so much. And we are not hearing you. So I don't know if you're double muted somehow. You appear to be unmuted through Zoom, but you might be muted some other way. I hope we weren't missing a witty remark or a dry joke.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, sorry about that. Apparently, while waiting for the meeting to start, I managed to get my sound turned off.
It's been that kind of day. We had the same problem. We were all muted in the chambers for a while.
Well, it's wouldn't want things to go too smoothly just because we've been doing this for 1.5 years now. So with that, I will move also very quickly through this presentation. I know this is the main event that most people have been here waiting for today, but in the sense of time, I will try and go through a little bit quickly. I am pleased, Madam Chair, members of the board, to be here to present the fall forecast and budget update. Just very quickly, I will look very quickly at the 5-year fiscal projections, as well as a quick discussion of the fiscal year 22-23 budget development timeline, because that process is I guess more more Eastern than Western in its sense of time, so it is always on a rotating cycle. But first off, let's talk a little bit about our general fund fiscal projections. We've developed the projections over the next 5 years, including the updated, or in addition to the updated projections for this year. So you'll see 6 columns here. Just quickly, you're seeing in fiscal year 21-22 a slight surplus, about 7.9 million, anticipated due to some increased revenues. In fiscal year 22-23, we're looking at very close to a balanced, about 1.9 million in the deficit at this point. But as we'll talk about in a second, that's really not a huge number at this point. And then we start to see some slightly larger deficits growing in out years beyond that. So just talking quickly about what we are seeing in fiscal year 22-23. So the fiscal year 21-22 surplus is really driven by some revenues coming in higher than expected. At this point, we're not really updating our expenditures much. It's still pretty early in the year to understand what we're going to be spending, but we are seeing a couple places. In particular, we've seen transient occupancy tax rebound a little faster than expected, as well as sales tax continuing to perform strong. So those, as well as some other aspects, including the increased projections for property tax based on the final rolls that were approved over the summer, mean that we're seeing this 7.9 million projected surplus, which of course, as I always need to note, is not a real money in the bank at this point. This is where we think we're likely to end. So what's happening next year? Well, a couple of things on those top lines. We have a number of one-time sources that are being used this year that were programmed at budget hearings, including 8.2 million of various one-time fund balances. And so a lot of those are dropping out, which is where you see an actual decrease in revenue, even though our sort of ongoing sources are increasing. We are seeing some one-time expenditures dropping out in most cases. There may be a few cases where there was something supported by one-time revenue that were not automatically dropping out. But in general, most of those decreases are balanced. We are seeing solid property tax and sales tax growth. But what we are seeing is that our estimation of departmental revenue is not really keeping up with the growth. So while we're seeing the property and sales tax, the sort of fully discretionary sources keep up with cost increases, we're a little conservative on what we're going to get from departments. We're not anticipating, for example, that there will be strong fee increases or other things that might drive their revenues up. Looking forward to 23-24, this is really the same story we've talked about the last couple times here. This is when we see the behavioral health unit at the main adult detention facility coming online, and that brings with it something like 8 million in costs, including staffing costs, as well as some one-time startup costs and services and supplies. Now, that is partially balanced out, or we have a couple of other things moving. We do have 2003 pension obligation bonds, which will be coming off the books in 23-24. Those were 20-year bonds. So we will be done making payments on those, which does free up some capacity. However, on the flip side, that is balanced out on our salary and benefits costs, which is where those costs would show up, by an increase in pension costs that we're expecting due to a decrease in the discount rate that Sarah anticipates for future growth. So essentially, when they are estimating that they'll receive less money, it means that our unfunded liability goes up and we have to pay more on a year-to-year basis in order to stay solvent and make sure that we're keeping up with our payments. So looking beyond this, I think that we do see those increasing deficits. We do see that our tax revenue is generally actually increasing at about the same percentages as our expenditures. But some of our non-tax revenues are less elastic. And some of that are things that the board has control over, such as fees, whereas others are things like state and federal revenue that there may be limited ability for us to impact what that is, what level that comes in at. And obviously, the further out we go, the more unknowns. But speaking of knowns, and to use a phrase I used a few years ago that got some traction for a time, looking at our known unknowns. And if you ever want me to get deep into late Cold War security theory talk, I can try and do that, but probably not time for it today. So looking at our upcoming costs that are not in the model. We know that we have the psychiatric health facility opening up. Your board has identified a number of funding sources to help pay for this, but we do still have about 1.5 million annually that is currently unfunded. That's not included in this model of the general fund, but that is a known need that we'll be looking to identify sources for. We also have obviously and largely the county center replacement project. So that is not currently factored into these costs. We will be coming back to your board over the winter with an updated cost model, and both looking at what our updated cost estimates are as well as a funding plan. So that will be coming in the future, but is not currently in this model. The replacement of the public health lab and morgue is not currently in this model. Additional funding for strategic priorities. We identified 5 million in one-time funding at the last board session, and certainly one of the strategic priorities is about identifying significant amounts of grant and other outside funding towards that, but we are not sort of allocating a specific general fund component into it. I also just want to talk about some areas of uncertainty beyond these known things. First off is obviously long-term economic conditions and recovery. We're projecting that this recovery continues, that there's no sort of new dip to the recession. Obviously, it looks like by many metrics, the economy is going strong, but we are seeing some warning signs, which brings us to our second, the inflation rate. So high rates of inflation obviously can have an impact on driving up costs for the county, just as it does for everyone else. And currently, we're banking on, after this year, more of a historical inflation rate in that sort of 3% range, rather than the significantly higher inflation rate that we're currently seeing in this year. But if we were to keep an extended period of high inflation, that could have impacts on this model. Certainly on our costs much more than our revenues, because, for example, property tax, well, there is a CPI-based, a consumer price index-based inflation for the state, that's capped at 2% under Prop 13. We also have expiration of labor agreements. So we have labor agreements that will be, we entered into 4-year labor agreements about 3 years ago. So we're now going to be heading towards that 4th year. And so that's another unknown. And certainly the investment returns on the Post-Employment Benefits Trust, so pension and OPEB, we've actually done very well, those funds have done very well, as most of the markets have over the last year. But depending on where those come in, that can either drive up or down our costs on those sources. And finally, I would note increases to insurance costs. One thing we have seen over the last couple of years, just as many consumers have seen, all of our insurance rates are going way up. So our property insurance has been increasing something like $1 million plus a year. We've also seen significant increases in workers' comp insurance, as well as in our liability insurance. For the most part, these are costs that end up getting spread out to the departments, both because we want to make sure that the appropriate funding sources are paying for them, and because we do want to give an incentive to sort of balance risk. But that does also mean that certain places tend to see higher impacts. So for example, in the current year, when we look at our liability insurance, we're really looking at a few departments like the sheriff and transportation and public works that are bearing a big chunk of that. The property insurance is a little different. We handle that through the general fund, although it does get billed back through the cost plan eventually. But again, this model sort of assumes a more normal rate of increase on that. If these keep going up by double digits each year, that keeps eating more and more into the funding we have available. I did want to, your board had asked at budget hearings to have an update on the fiscal year 2021 year-end fund balance with the consolidated budget adjustments, which were on the consent calendar today. Since this is the presentation, this is where I'm bringing this. We did close with 33.6 million in unassigned fund balances in the general fund, which is higher than anticipated, due largely to some revenues, but also to some of the expenditures that we saw in departments, some greater savings than were expected, particularly on salaries and benefits. We are not recommending programming the excess at this time. As you see in the little chart there, we programmed about 18.5 million. We programmed 18.5 million of it at budget hearings in June that we were confident we'd receive. We've got about 15.1 million then that is unprogrammed. And just to note some of those other costs that we have talked about, we're going to be returning later this year with a contract looking at purchasing the Sears site, which your board had previously signed off on. That's about $20.1 million. So this would potentially be useful towards that. But we do have that full county analysis of county center costs coming in the spring. We also have the public health lab morgue, some of those other one-time costs coming up. So I will just say at this point, we don't have an action around this, but that is where we are. Also, just very quickly to talk about the fiscal year 22-23 budget development timeline. As we look at this timeline of coming board dates, after today, the next real touch point at the board is not going to be most likely until March 22nd, when we will bring the consolidated fee hearing and mid-year consolidated budget adjustments. On April 5th is going to be our deadline for community and board budget requests. This is a project item we've had the last few years just to make sure that any of those specific requests coming in come in time for staff to really evaluate and get into the board hearing materials, and so your board can make informed decisions. April 25th through 27th is when we are currently slated for the budget workshops. When you would hear from each of the departments on their presentations on their recommended budgets. April 29th, shortly after that, is when we'd be looking to cut off board budget information requests. May 13th is when we would be targeting to publish the recommended budget online. And then that brings us to budget hearings, which we are currently targeting for the week of June 14th, and particularly June 14th through 17th. Which is similar to when we've had it in the past. Now, as per usual, we would look to reserve 2 weeks of the budget calendar, but we generally have been able to, particularly with the workshops, get through it in 1 week. And that brings me to the close of my presentation. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Peter. So I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board to see if my colleagues have any questions. Supervisor Gore, followed by Supervisor Gorin.
Well, first of all, I thank you and I thank the staff, and I want to acknowledge that we understood when we worked at budget last year and then went through closing the books is that we were going to have surplus tax dollars coming in, and I think we're going to have a lot of discussion as we lead up to that. So I want to just acknowledge that it looks like we're all things go. And I wanted to ask Peter as much as anything, just to the county administrator, Cheryl Bratton also, is have we thought through just kind of forecasting forward anything that policy-wise that we would want to bring forward as well? And I say that because every year we have a slew of different things that we bring forward, whether it's general fund reserve, whether it's we've put in policies in the past, different kickers and anything. And I just wanted to know if there's anything that you're hearing either from staff or from other supervisors about things we might be looking at this year.
And I'll take that. And Peter, if you want to add anything, a couple things come to mind. First and foremost is the strategic plan. And we'll be talking about that in earnest, I believe on February 1st, when we bring back a lot of the implementation plans and we identify where to invest that first $5 million. But there'll be more investment required to implement the strategic plan. The other issue that comes to mind is when we bring back the funding recommendation for the new county center, we are looking at bringing a financial policy to the board to, I'll say, beef up the capital asset and maintenance policy, So that would be before the board in the winter as part of the overall funding plan for that large investment. So we're looking probably March timeframe for that discussion.
Thank you, CEO Bratton. Any follow-up, Supervisor Gore?
No, I don't really have a follow-up, but thank you so much for letting the community know and the board members understand the calendar so that we can start thinking about our districts and our county, what kind of information we want to get more information on, and some budget requests, knowing that we probably won't have a whole lot of funding to fulfill some of those budget requests. But requests for information is really good. It starts generating the conversation about how we might contemplate doing things differently. So I really appreciate your presentation and getting our neurons going about where we're going.
Any follow-up from staff or just leave that standing alone? All right. Okay. Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. I heard the word surplus. I think unassigned fund balance does not necessarily mean we have a surplus. I think the 4 items that Peter had mentioned in the one slide probably far exceed anything that's left by exponentially more, quite frankly, especially with the county government center replacement project. I guess my question for staff would be, what point can we look to? I remember a figure of around 40 million for the public health lab morgue replacement project. Is that still the number that we're looking at? And at what point do we need to pull the trigger on that? And I don't know about you guys, but like at home, I'm one to, if I know I'm going to have a big project coming up, I'm going to start putting a few dollars aside to make sure I could afford to do it. Have we started that with that particular project like we have with the government center?
So the current estimate to build a new lab and morgue is 27 million, I believe, and that was it's part of the ARPA proposals that departments put forward. As you know, we'll be talking about Sinead in a little bit this afternoon, and so it looks like Sinead will close escrow, and that will start the clock ticking for how long we have to find a replacement for both the lab and the morgue. And if the board doesn't set aside funding from ARPA or other dollars, staff will be looking at different options to how to deliver those facilities within the timeline that we will have. I believe the timeline is either 2 years or 3, but we can have staff do Sinead.
Okay, and that's based upon the lease back provisions in the purchase and sale agreement?
Yes.
And what is our anticipation? If 27 million is that project cost or construction cost?
That's project cost that includes, I think, some equipment, oversight management. I think construction is closer to 19 million thereabouts. So
Okay.
there's other costs.
That's lower than it's all relative. So, and what is our anticipated time frame for that? I mean, quite frankly, 2 years of construction for a facility like that would not be unheard of. In fact, it would probably be more routine.
Right. So we'll need to get started in earnest at the beginning of the calendar year about how we're going to replace that facility. Are we going to build new? Do we have funding to build new? Are we going to, lease out space and do tenant improvements? I think the lab may be more suitable than the morgue. So we'll look at various options depending on what the board decides to do with the ARPA funding request for that facility.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I do think that's a big item that we need to make sure we're on top of, as well as the of course the gap in the psychiatric health facility to make sure that we have those dollars built in, because I don't think growth alone or even unassigned fund balance is going to necessarily, as was shown by Peter's graph in the out years, that's not going to keep up without actually setting something more aggressive aside. So I appreciate that. And as always, Peter, thank you for the great work, you and your team, Natalie as well. Christina, thank you for keeping us abreast of where we are and all the numbers as we move forward.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. Thanks for the report, Peter. You mentioned the year-end fund balance that is not assigned yet, the $15.1 million. And practically in the same sentence, you mentioned the $20 million that is the cost of the Sears site. At what point do we need to make a decision on how to use that $15.1 million? And at what point do we actually have to write a check for the acquisition of the Sears site?
So to your first question, there's really no deadline for you to make a decision on the use of that fund. That is, it's funding that is now available, but it can roll into the future or it can be utilized as needs arise. In terms of the Sears site, I believe that we are targeting to bring back that there, General Services could speak to this more, and they're going to be on in just a minute for Sinead. But I believe that they are currently in the final negotiations on that site and would expect to bring an agreement back within either in December or early in the next calendar year. And at that point, I think we will be looking to fully identify with certainly, obviously, what that funding source is if we are going forward with the sale. The full cash is not needed up front. There's some initial window around due diligence. So we would be needing some funding to put down a deposit and to do some due diligence. And then the final kind of full purchase amount would be due after that, but probably, later in this fiscal year or start of next.
Okay, thank you. And I would just second your recommendation on that slide that we not program that balance, that $15.1 million until we actually know where the funding for the Sears site is coming from. Can you remind us when will we be taking a look at those fees for service that in some cases are a little bit out of whack?
So that will come back to you at the consolidated fee hearing on March 22nd. We did have that as part of the board item in our discussion and attached the report. We initially were planning to have that as part of the presentation, but given how compacted the day was, that was a part that got moved. But really when you'll be making final determinations on that is at those March consolidated fee hearings.
And I take it that since you deleted it from the presentation today, staff doesn't need any direction from the board between now and March on that?
I think we have identified ways to work with those departments to get forward through the March budget hearing and into the March fee hearings. So no, I don't think we're looking for specific direction at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. And I really appreciated, sort of the briefing on this item and do not have any further questions at this point in time, but would look to see if we have any members of the public in person who wish to comment on this agenda item, which is our fiscal update. Seeing none in person, I would go ahead and ask Karen if we have any members of the public who would wish to comment via Zoom. And again, this is item 66, the 5-year general fund fiscal projections and budget update.
If you wish to make a comment, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. At this time, we have no commenters, Chair Hopkins.
Thank you very much. So I will go ahead and that is an informational item only, so we don't need to take a vote on that one. And thank you very much, Peter, for all of your work, and thanks for the information ahead of time. And I look forward, unless there are any comments from my colleagues. Informational, we don't need any direction. Great, or thumbs up, perfect. All right, so with that, we will go ahead and move on to item 67, which is our update on the litigation Picasso Incorporated versus the City of St. Helena and discussion of land use impacts associated with temporary usage by non-primary owners of fractionally owned homes, which was one of the longest titles. I felt like I had to say it out loud because that was a mouthful and that would not make a very good acronym. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you, Director of Permit Sonoma, Tennis Wick.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. As you well know, for the last 100 years, vacation homes have been part of Sonoma County's identity. Witness Fitch Mountain, the Russian River, and our coastal communities. Over the last 25 years, as our county has become an international tourist destination, short use of rental residential properties has become popular. Vacation rental regulation has tried to mitigate these neighborhood impacts. But we have a revised ordinance coming to you in March 2022 to address that particular part. Recently, Picasso has introduced a new short-term use, which the company defines by what it is not rather than what it is. It's caused a particular concern in Dry Creek, Sonoma Valley, and other communities with the impacts of this new product. In Napa County, Picasso's presence has resulted in litigation with the city of St. Helena. Here to discuss that case is my colleague, Deputy County Counsel Ivan Jimenez. Counsel?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Yes, so good afternoon, everyone. Ivan Jimenez with the County Counsel's Office. Just to give a quick update or summary of the litigation between Picasso and the city of Santa Helena. For those who may not be familiar, in April of this year, Picasso sued the city of Santa Helena. And in this litigation, Picasso made several allegations, including that the city was targeting it, that the city's timeshare ordinance didn't apply to Picasso, that the city was interfering with Picasso's economic activities, and other arguments. Picasso has displayed pretty aggressive tactics, given that the litigation was filed before the city commenced an enforcement action. And that is something that we would like to clarify. I believe the staff report mentions that Santa Helena commenced an enforcement action, but that's a typographical error. Picasso actually sued before the city commenced an enforcement action. The lawsuit was largely based on a letter that the city council prepared and sent to realtors in the city. And this letter was just informing them of a future public meeting that was going to be held to discuss whether Picasso was engaging in any activities that were violating the city ordinances, including the timeshare ordinance. Santa Helena filed an anti-SLAPP motion, which is a motion that that is proper when a lawsuit is targeting free speech or protected activities. In this case, the motion was arguing that Picasso's lawsuit was based on this proper communication, which was the letter that the city council prepared. And the purpose of that was the purpose of the lawsuit was to prevent the city from engaging in dialogue with its constituents and even exploring whether the city's timeshare ordinance was being violated. The court sided with the city of Santa Helena and removed those two claims from the lawsuit, but the lawsuit is still moving forward. And this lawsuit is currently in the discovery phase. Discovery can be timely, so it's unclear at what point it will conclude, but trial is set for July 11th, 2022 at this moment. And the remaining issues are whether the city's timeshare ordinance applies to Picasso and whether it's a valid exercise of constitutional powers. If there are any questions, I would be glad to answer them at this moment.
Thank you. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, sure. First question is, what's an anti-SLAPP lawsuit?
So SLAPP stands for Strategic Litigation Against Public Participation. So when you file an anti-SLAPP lawsuit, you are indicating that the litigation that was filed against you is really trying to shut down speech and public participation process. So in this case, the city was alleging, that this lawsuit was really trying to prevent it from engaging in protected activity, which is, to have a public forum to discuss whether the city's timeshare ordinance was implicated at all.
Shoot, I could riff on a couple jokes on an anti-SLAPP lawsuit for hours, but I don't think that's the purpose of our time here. I'm interested in other discussions with other jurisdictions. I know this is a issue that's been discussed, I would assume, in different counties and cities in terms of closed session, strategically because of some of the reasons you've talked about. But just interested in what we're seeing out there, if other jurisdictions outside of St. Helena are engaging, into what level.
Yeah, to our knowledge, there have not been any code enforcement actions commenced by jurisdictions in the state. And we are also not aware of this being a matter that has been agendized in other jurisdictions.
I want to maybe ask our counsel, whether it's Yvonne, Jennifer, or Bob Pittman, really to frame kind of what we're bringing for us here, because we as a board have had, and I won't disclose what that is closed session conversations on this item. And so I want to make sure that I'm appropriate in myself and also my colleagues and how to address our time here today within the purviews of, let's talk about the legal confines that sometimes let us fly and sometimes strap us down.
I'll take a stab at that unless Bob does. The purpose of today's meeting, as laid out by Director Wick, in addition to receiving an update on the St. Helena litigation, is to hear from the public on land use impacts, which can inform the direction that the county goes, whether that's policy oriented, legal actions, or other. So in terms of choices that the board makes, I think the idea is to have that be informed by what's actually happening in our community, and hearing from the public is an instrumental part of that.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate you mentioning that. As one of the people who requested this to be a public session, I want to honor the fact that we have a good opportunity here to hear from the folks that we've been getting emails from. I've been getting a lot of different meetings and discussions, and have publicly talked about this issue a few times in the media, while also acknowledging, as we've talked about, some of the legal constraints that might surround this issue as we deal with around this county on a lot of other issues. So once again, appreciate and know that we have quite a few people lined up to comment. I look forward to hearing from them, and then advising on appropriate action on the aftermath. So appreciate that. I might have some more questions, but I want to honor the fact that there's a lot of people who've been waiting to speak on this item as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Gorin, I know this has been a top concern of yours as well.
I want to thank all of the members of the community for their comments over the last couple of months. And I really need to thank Tenniswick and the County Council for providing this opportunity for us to hear from them. And now I really would like to hear from them regarding the impacts that they, excuse me, currently are experiencing or have fears about experiencing in their neighborhoods. So I really want to hear from you, and I'll look forward to public comment.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisors Courserabbit, no questions? All right, and I do not have any questions either. So it seems like an appropriate time to open it up to public comment. And I did get a note from council that we might be pushing back our public comment. Is that what you're thinking on the items not listed on the agenda?
Depending on how long we go.
Yeah, so just a heads up, that was scheduled, I believe, was that scheduled for 4:30? And so depending on the length of public comment on this agenda item, it may be pushed back a little bit. So just wanted to let folks know that is coming. Council Pittman?
Yeah, just pointing out with the addendum, there's one other item before general public comment, and that's the sale of Shanae.
Oh, right. Yes, that was a regular calendar item. Appreciate that reminder. Yes, so we do have Shanae before we accept public comment on matters not listed on the agenda. So with that, I will look and see if there are any members of the public in person who wish to comment on this item, which is the Picasso litigation. Seeing none, I will go ahead and hand it over to Karen to accept public comment via Zoom.
Thank you. For our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to speak on this matter, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. Okay, our first speaker is Bruce. Bruce, when prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
And Karen, can I ask how many folks are there?
Oh, yes, that's right. How long? We have about 10.
Okay, great. And so let's go ahead and keep it to 90 seconds, please. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, here we go. All right, Bruce. Again, when prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
Okay, hi, this is Bruce Abramson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Bruce Abramson. I'm a resident, 30-year resident of Healdsburg. I'm a mortgage broker, and just as an aside, you know, as you probably know, Healdsburg has a very successful ban on vacation rentals, and the public in general and everybody's been very pleased with it. So my comments is that, like St. Helena is currently considering, I hope you can find a way to ban this fractional home ownership model. The fear is that right now they can do up to 8 shares per property. That's 0.12% ownership. Well, what if they had 50 ownership shares? Who's to say what the number of shares could be? This is an issue that could grow way beyond what this is and the implications, because all of the owners can then use their ownership for gifts or such. So the 8 ownership shares that are shown, that's 44 days a year. Now that's temporary use. So I have some comments. The lender, pardon me, the SAO is saying that the properties are used as owner-occupied single-family homes. Your code says differently. As a mortgage broker, this is not a single-family ownership. There has to be a majority, over 50% use of that property by one owner to be considered owner-occupied. And the second is
For your comments, that concludes our time. Eric, you are next. Please, when prompted, unmute and begin to speak.
Oh, thank you. This is Eric Fraser with Truth in Tourism. So this item is on your agenda, and it's a much larger item, certainly deserves more than 90 seconds when you're trying to solicit information from the public. But we understand this for what it is. In other words, you have a preordained agenda for vilifying this company and its fractional ownership plan. Our goal is to see that we can segue this into actual fact-driven analysis of issues regarding STRs, and by inference now fractional ownership. In other words, what is required now is a full CEQA mandated environmental impact report about STRs in the county. This type of half-baked, sort of factless, sort of libel-driven type of drivel that you're serving up as you try to expand how you control private property rights in the county is pretty shameless and has to come to a stop. Hopefully we'll be able to triangulate off of the good work that the Coastal Commission has done to protect constitutional rights of visitors and property owners and bring that inland in the STR ordinance that's being contemplated. While you're expanding the STR conversation to Picasso, it's probably a good opportunity to net some of their attention into a legal process. Thank you very much.
Connie is next. Connie, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Yes, hi, I'm Connie Wilson, a St. Helena native, and I'm very concerned about the arrival of Picasso in our residential neighborhoods. They currently own at least 4 houses in St. Helena, and while they tout their desire to become part of our community, Picasso has never once reached out to concerned citizens regarding their intentions. Their lawsuit causes great financial burden to our city. A direct quote from the Picasso blog states, "We buy homes in neighborhoods with top-tier vacation properties and a vibrant community of second homes." This statement could not be further from the truth in St. Helena. All of Picasso's timeshares are located in generational, working class residential neighborhoods in direct violation of our municipal codes. Their vacation properties are next to senior citizens, retirees, local workers, and most concerning, families with young children. These neighbors know and interact with each other in our small community. Picasso houses are all within walking distance of 3 schools with much foot traffic from young children. With up to 8 different owners of Picasso properties, each unknown to the other, neighbors will never know who is coming and going. Residents care about affordable housing and the dwindling availability of rentals. They care about maintaining the sanctity and vibrancy of their residential neighborhoods. They do not support Picasso's bullying tactics of circumventing local ordinance.
That completes our time. Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Barbara. Barbara, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
My name is Barbara O'Donnell. I'd like to bring to the fore some of the feelings of the Dry Creek Valley residents and farmers in Dry Creek Valley on the issue of fractionated ownership. Many of us are deeply concerned about the projects that are like Picasso. Picasso is not necessarily the only one. And there are also encroaching VRBOs that are in the process of converting farmlands as well as our rural communities into basically a sprawling hotel. We asked the Board of Supervisors to direct its staff to prepare amendments to the existing County Development Code section 2624-130 entitled Dwelling, Single Family, and also section 2628-160 entitled Lodging, Vacation, to clarify that fractional ownership projects are not defined as a single family dwelling, but instead fall within the definition of vacation lodging. The DCDA has prepared a text to amend these sections, and that has been sent to Supervisor Gore. We're happy to collaborate with county staff to bring these amendments before you for formal adoption. I see that my time's running out, but again, there's section 2624-130 on dwelling, single family dwellings, and the second one is 2628-160.
Completes our time. Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Sonia. Sonia, please, when prompted, unmute and begin to speak. Sonia, unfortunately, because of your version of Zoom, you're not able to make comments. Please feel free to email us your comments at bos@sonoma-county.org. Our next speaker is Gabriel. Gabriel, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
My name is Gabriel Dima-Smith, and I'm a government and community relations manager at Picasso. Just want to, add a little kind of facts about what's going on here. Co-ownership is a common practice today, often involving families that inherit and hold property in a trust or friends who want to buy a second home as an LLC. Picasso buys luxury homes only. In Sonoma County, Picasso has purchased 3 homes in total at an average price of $4.4 million each. Picasso does not compete for lower or middle tier homes and does not make major home improvements. All of our owners subscribe to Picasso's code of conduct, making sure that they're involved in the community. Their investment is that of ownership. They are committed to the community. They pay property taxes. We make sure we buy properties that are generally unoccupied for 90 to 90% of the time. So rather than luxury second home sitting empty all year, these owners are supporting the local economy year round. Thank you.
Our next commenter is Nancy. Nancy, please, when prompted, unmute and begin speaking.
Hi, this is Nancy. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to make comment in an open discussion. We believe that Picasso is commercializing our neighborhoods with this model. It's basically a transitory occupancy vacation home in disguise. We reside on Old Winery Court, a very quiet, modest cul-de-sac where a home was purchased by Picasso 6 months ago. And because the group Sonomans opposing Picasso's stop have made it very unwelcoming, we believe that we've been able to prevent this destruction of our neighborhood. I'm running out of time. I have so much more I'd like to say, but you're already aware of all the negative impacts of the destruction to our fiber and quality of our community that this model causes. We're asking you to pass an ordinance that would prohibit fractionalized ownership by unrelated parties in areas zoned for single-family homes. Should this not be stopped in our neighborhood, the proliferation will metastasize like a cancer. Instead of 1 home in Sonoma and 2 in Hillsburg, there will be dozens throughout our county. Thank you.
Our next commenter is Bridget. Bridget, when prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
Thank you. This is Bridget Mansell. I live in Hillsburg, and I would say I am definitely a middle-class person living in a city that has been experiencing inflated real estate prices. I'm about to pay my Sonoma County bill, and I'd like you all to look at it. It's public record that I'm now paying almost $12,000 a year for Sonoma County tax property. And I don't mind doing all that. But as a middle-class person, I disagree with the previous speaker who suggested that this masquerade or somehow this common practice today of fractionated ownership does not impact the middle class or the middle income people because it inflates property values. And I know everyone wants to get excited about that and say, Bridget, sell your house. But it's my family home and it's a community that I've invested in. And I really don't appreciate being told to sell out because that's the way it goes in Hillsburg is you're going to have to get away with that. Take the profit. If you look at Picasso's marketing pitch, it caters to investors who just want to rent the property out when they're not in the residence, or when they're in the residence, they're not really using it for their primary residence. So it's like a vacation home, not a second home even with your own possessions, but that pride of ownership isn't there. And this is an opportunity. So I hope that you're bold and I hope you get ahead of this. And I know that you're worried about housing in Sonoma County, and this is the time to take it on. And I really hope you're bold in looking at how we can prevent Picasso from expanding and creating more inflated property values and pushing out the people like me that want.
That concludes our time. Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Carl. Carl, when prompted, please unmute and begin speaking. Carl?
Okay,
Carl,
my name is Carl. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not very experienced with Zoom, as you can tell. Your attention to this issue is greatly anticipated by those of us who are concerned about the alarming spread of vacation homes into quiet family neighborhoods. I am grateful to Supervisor Gorin, who has a long record of leadership on the regulation of vacation rentals. The potential commercialization of residential areas will have multiple negative impacts on the quality and character of our communities. If Picasso is allowed to circumvent the regulations designed to protect our neighborhoods, all the typical problems associated with transient occupancy in residential areas could be expected. And bear this in mind, when a home becomes a, in quotes, Picasso, it will never again be available to a local family. There's no need to wait until the Picasso lawsuit against St. Helena is settled. If the judge finds that the timeshare ordinance does not apply, that simply means that St. Helena needs to create a stronger ordinance. one that covers transient occupancy vacation homes of all types. Sonoma County must take proactive steps to stop Picasso in its tracks. Time is of the essence. Thank you.
Next commenter is Lou. Lou, when prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Lou Preston. My family and I have lived and farmed food and grown grapes and made wine in Dry Creek Valley for 50 years. And I'm a second generation farmer in Sonoma County. We've had dairy and prunes along the Russian River. And I've been on the several boards of the Dry Creek Valley Association over the years. And I was the founding president of the wine growers of Dry Creek. I say all this because I've seen how detrimental it can be to have competing commercial and conflicting personal interests in a farming area. I've watched as neighbors fought to stop gravel mining in Dry Creek. I've followed efforts to keep Healdsburg development from crossing the freeway into the valley. I've heard complaints about spreading manure in the orchards, sulfuring your vineyards at 4 in the morning and roosters crowing at night and so forth. Turning to Picasso, with the intentional misspelling, the name smacks of cultural appropriation, taking or claiming something of value from its true creators. This timeshare ownership, does that include timeshare of the efforts put into farming? Does it include the timeshare of investment and commitment to the local community? Will the timeshare include the enhancement and preservation of soils and the natural environment? I don't think so. What it is the opportunistic workaround of the Sonoma County General Plan that is designed to protect our.
That completes our time. Thank you for your comments. Our next commenter is B. Ganong. When prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hi, thank you. My name is Bruce Ganong, and thanks to the members of the board for the time. I'm a Sonoma homeowner, and I actually use my home as a second home property. My primary residence is in Marin. I've been watching this public discussion about Picasso since last year when the St. Helena story hit the news, and honestly, the negative backlash is a little surprising to me. Personally, I support their business model of enabling second homeowners like me to invest in Sonoma County. These homes are not being acquired as for rent properties like some of the speakers have suggested. The benefit of their model is enabling multiple owners to invest in the county and in their community where they own and support local businesses. I would oppose any extension of an Airbnb business model in Sonoma, and clearly this is not that. So I thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Clyde. Clyde, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Thank you. I'd like to start with Dennis Wick. He indicated that vacation home ownership has been in Sonoma Valley for 100 years or more. So for 100 years or more, when a mother and father died and it left their property to their 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 children, you instantly had fractional ownership interest in a property. And when those 10 children decided how they were going to occupy the property, they came up with a quote unquote algorithm, which is what Picasso is using, to determine how are we going to share this property and how are we going to use it. They could come to the property as they wanted. They could come every other day. They could invite whoever they wanted to invite to the property. They could do everything within the legal limits that allowed them to use their asset as they wanted as shared owners of the property. Picasso is no different. The algorithm is just applying modern technology to allow 8 owners of a property to determine how they're going to share the property. And as far as it coming back into private ownership, of course it can come back into private ownership. One person could buy each interest and own it 100%. Picasso's model does not preclude that. So there needs to be a lot of investigation and then education. This sounds more like NIMBYism than actually a problem that needs to be solved. Thank you.
Our next commenter is Jan. Jan, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hello, my name is Jan Metler, and I'm a property owner in Dry Creek Valley. In January, I notified Supervisor Gore and his staff of a general plan violation in the most restricted protective farmland. LIA, as you all know, is land intensive agriculture. And what no one has spoken to here today is that Picasso is a commercial enterprise unrelated to agriculture. They flip homes, they have put together an LLC, they put together the mortgage lending, and then they manage the homes. It is no different than a swinging door of a hotel. And it is unrelated fractional ownership. Now, the general plan is the policy of the land for Sonoma County and Sonoma County government since the beginning. And honorable board, you stand on the shoulders of your predecessors who anticipated increased development, growth management, and legal threats. They met these challenges in accordance with the general plan. And I ask you today, is this your stewardship policy? Will you allow an unregulated commercial enterprise to profit at the expense of our county? Thank you.
Our next commenter is Gail. Gail, please, when prompted, unmute and begin to speak.
The following are the potential impacts of the Picasso operation in land-intensive agriculture zones. Number one, Picasso sets a dangerous precedent for the existence of non-agricultural business in an agricultural zone. The impact of Picasso will weaken our policy that protects and preserves agriculture. Two, the cost of housing in Sonoma County is sky high. We still have multi-generational farms. If we allow Picasso to inflate home prices, the land will be unaffordable to our new generation of farmers. Three, when real estate development becomes the most profitable way to capitalize on rural property, the incentive to farm and the value of farming as a profession decreases. Four, our agricultural lands are our food security. Wine and grapes are our current product, but crops are cyclical. Our climate, soils, and environment will provide as long as we protect our agriculture. The farm community bands together around farming and most recently fire. We've had 2-week-long evacuations over the last 4 years. Some community members lost their homes, barns, machinery, and everything. Navigating the level of safety with fractional owners with interval stays is going to be hard. Water, our aquifers suffer from abnormally low rainfall. Managed lodging accommodations use more water than the average household. To conclude, I ask the Board of Supervisors to continue the intent.
That concludes our time. Thank you for your comments. Our next commenter is David. David, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hello, my name is David Applebaum, and I'm a 20-year resident in Sonoma. I want to thank the board for their due consideration against Picasso. I think it's an absolute absurdity to continue to allow them to operate unfettered without proper rules and regulations. All of the conditions that they speak to in their marketing, in their promotion, and in their operations are based on hypotheticals. There is no proof of any kind that there is a problem with second home ownerships that are uninhabited, that they bring any kind of additional income to the areas where they operate in, and more importantly, that they provide a significant economic boost. More importantly, they take away from the current hospitality industry by keeping residents out of hotels, by preventing jobs in the hotels, high-paying jobs in agriculture, in landscaping, in reception, and in cleaning. More importantly, it is the whole problem of the transient vacation occupancy. These are not owners. They do not have their own things there. They do not have their own property there. They are managed hotels by Picasso. And having them come in strictly for 2 weeks is exactly the same as a home rental from VRBO or from Airbnb. It's 24-hour party time at all times. Any kind of policy just simply is unenforced as other communities.
That concludes our time. Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Liza. When prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hello, this is Liza Graves, and I have a couple of comments on this. I don't really have an opinion one way or the other now, but I do want to point out a few things. It would be very helpful to understand what the real impacts, not feared impacts, are of the 3 Picasso homes in Sonoma, as well as the ones in St. Helena, on things like traffic, noise. Have there been all-night parties? That would be some very important information to have to assess this issue. Secondly, not knowing the legal options for the county to restrict fractional. I think at a minimum, the vacation rental restrictions on things like occupancy, noise, activities between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. could apply and maybe should apply to the fractional owners when they're in residence. And finally, please don't lump all LLCs together. Many owners in the county have their properties in LLCs for a variety of reasons. They're not all, they're designed to protect owners, and they're not all a Picasso model. They're not 28,000 Picasso models in Sonoma County that are LLCs. Thank you.
Chair Hopkins, that was our last commenter.
Thank you very much, Karen. I appreciate it. I will bring it back to the board for comments on this item. And I would look to my colleagues who have been sort of, I think, the most impacted and the most vocal about bringing this before the board. Supervisor Gorin or Gore?
Yeah, so want to make a couple comments and then look towards kind of follow-up questions about what we do with this time that we have before us today. I also want to call out a couple things. One is the fact that, you know, there's been the comment about NIMBYs, and there's been another comment about, well, it's only a few houses or other things. And I think I just want to state that, in my opinion, as I'm gonna poach a quote that somebody else said in reference to this action or this business structure is that if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, it is a duck. This is a commercial use in an area designated as land-intensive agriculture that does not allow commercial use. I would take that beyond the land-intensive agricultural designation, and I would go into other areas as saying, does this qualify? Is it a timeshare? Is it not a timeshare? Do we have multi-tenant occupancy allowances in those areas, or do we not? And, you know, the reality is that if you do anything commercial in an area designated as land-intensive agriculture, you have to go through a lengthy use permit process. If you want to grow cannabis, you got to go through a lengthy use permit process. If you want to do a winery that even has tasting by appointment only, or just a production facility, you have to do that. And we have also said by decree of this board and according to our general plan is that we do not allow vacation rental by owners in land-intensive agriculture. The only thing we allow is farm stays, which are very restrictive. And the reason they're not flourishing is because it does require a heightened degree of stewardship. You have to be an owner on property. You have to be more of an agriturismo mode like we see in places like Italy and others. And so when you don't just have a fractional ownership that is an LLC, but you have a company that tends to that and sends services to those areas, furnishes the place, brings people in and out, cleans before and after, You know what that sounds like to me? It sounds like a hospitality operation. And so I am interested in addressing this from a few different places. One is our current code and the enforcement potential. And then the second thing is what kind of legislation we have to look at in terms of how this fits or what loophole is being taken advantage of that we need to close. So that's going to dictate kind of a variety of my comments. And I'm interested in hearing from my colleagues a little bit before I start to propose things. But I also want to honor the stories of Jan and Yael and a couple others who called in and acknowledge that, yeah, they did call our office in January, and it already started a couple months before. We met with them. There was a lot of frustration that this area that has been protected for agriculture primacy, and then obviously there's rural ranchettes that live out there as well. You know, that this area was a threat to the direct neighbors, but also to the wider area. They're used to seeing small sparks turn into large fires in terms of issues that impact their area. They're very used to, as Lou Preston said, issues where even though we have a right to farm ordinance that sanctifies and says that you can do ag practice in those areas, they're very used to the fact that people complain about the smoke and they complain about night harvest. They complain about other things when the primacy is agriculture and it is not commercial activity and hospitality. And I also want to honor the fact that they've been waiting for us to talk about this publicly since January. And there is a threat of litigation. It was denoted, it was talked about, but I want to give voice to the fact that us having continued conversations about the risk of taking action does not obviate our responsibility to protect against what we see as our code and what we see as contrary to land use in specific areas. So, you know, everybody's worried about being sued by a big company that raises a lot of money, right? I challenge myself and us to look at what are the zoning actions now that we can take? What is our reliance upon our own code that we need to depend upon for that? And then secondly is what legislative actions do we need to make and who do we need to team up with to do that? I know that Hillsburg and Sonoma specifically, I mean, these are tourist havens. They're very interested in collaborating with us. I do know, even though staff didn't mention a lot of it, that there is a lot of different counties and cities that are trying to figure out how to move on this and how to move in a way that they don't get hammered with lawsuits and lumped into situations where they owe millions of dollars in lawyer fees because they are trying to make sure that their code actually enforces what it needs to and what they see it as, but that there's a legal loophole that needs to be identified. I'm also interested in what actions we take in our state portfolio with requests to the state legislature to take care of this for all counties and all cities, not just those of us who are willing to step in and be sued to do what we think is right. That's my statement for me, not for anybody else up here. So after I hear from my colleagues, I think you can tell I'm interested in direction to staff. I'm interested in us taking action in front of us and then future action legislatively, and then us being a part of a coalition that addresses this honorably. Final thing I'll say is I got nothing against any company. Companies try to figure out what makes the best opportunity for money. I would love to only have to invest 12% into a luxury property that my wife and I could visit. But the reality is that I see this very directly as contrary to what our code states and what our practices on the ground with respect to land intensive agriculture specifically and some of our other zoning. So thank you.
I really want to
Supervisor
thank,
Gore. Supervisor
sorry.
Gore.
I really want to thank Supervisor Gore for his leadership on this issue. He's been meeting with his constituents very early on, very aggressively. I believe there's one Picasso home just outside of the city of Sonoma, and the circumstances are different. It's not LIA. It's actually in, I believe, a rural residential area, zone 4 single family detached uses. And in fact, this board approved a vacation rental exclusion overlay zone for this neighborhood. So this fractional ownership model flies in the face of the policies that were crafted by this board to protect the neighborhood as a place so that families could come together, could live very close to the amenities of the city of Sonoma. And so I'm looking for a mechanism that we can use to address Picasso ownership homes in both of these circumstances, because indeed the impacts of a fractional ownership are very similar, if not identical or greater than the impacts from vacation rentals that we are legislating against. So I think it's important for this board to explore and take any action that we can take. I am concerned about this fractional ownership model populating and expanding in areas that people did not intend to have this impact in. And I'll use an example. Early in the recession in 2008, 9, 10, when Sonoma Valley was just beginning to be discovered as a vacation rental model, we had business consortiums, LLC, coming in aggressively into the Springs area and buying up not 1, 2, 3, but 5 to 10 homes to be used as vacation rentals. And that's part of the legacy that we've been trying to act in our policies to stop, because we need to protect the concept of the neighborhoods, the homes for single family residential. There still is a place for that. And that's what we celebrate. But I do want to thank all of the property owners in both Dry Creek and Sonoma Valley for speaking out, acting in concert, but also verifying Liza Graves' questions about how we document the impacts of the fractional ownership homes moving forward. So I'm absolutely in support of action moving forward, and I thank my colleagues and all of the folks involved in this issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks. I appreciate hearing from the public, particularly those who live in some of these impacted communities. And I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Supervisor Rabbit?
I would say ditto. And I think we all understand that homeownership comes in many different ways, as was mentioned. And I think it's an interesting issue for us that we have been dealing with and will continue to deal. And I support staff looking into all the different avenues that have been discussed earlier, and appreciate hearing from the public as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. I want to sort of honor and acknowledge the public comments on this item. You know, some of the things that were said, transitory occupancy, commercializing our neighborhoods, it's no different from the swinging door of a hotel. And I do have to say that a lot of the descriptors that were used also describe vacation rentals and short-term rentals that we experience in the many thousands out in West County. And so, you know, I, for one, am really interested in kind of expanding the scope of our vacation rental ordinance and community engagement process to look at this kind of an issue. I also think it's important, you know, I feel like there's sort of this idea of, you know, kind of commercializing and sort of streamlining the fractional ownership process. But I also want to acknowledge that sometimes there are fractional ownerships that are amongst family members, which sometimes even actually are an LLC in terms of how they hold the property. You know, there are fractional ownerships that are among friends who are, you know, unrelated by blood, but for whom, you know, it's not this kind of commercial piece that's sort of brought together. And so I just want to acknowledge that and to have conversations surrounding kind of the different types of fractional ownerships and different models. But I believe that this merits further investigation. And I do think it's kind of about the big picture from my perspective of the integrity of our code, the integrity of our housing stock, and the integrity of our neighborhoods. And so, you know, I, for one, would certainly support kind of having this conversation. Also think that it's really critical to talk about vacation rentals and other uses that were perhaps not envisioned when the general plan was developed in terms of the zoning, right? We since have implemented a vacation rental ordinance, but we are in the process of updating it. So with that, I would love to sort of hear from my colleagues regarding their thoughts.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment about vacation rentals and the ordinance and coming back and having this included as the legislative part in that. So the question to staff would be, we continue to go through the vacation rental discussion. When are we planning to have that come back to the board?
Through the chair, thank you, Supervisor, for the question. Tentatively scheduled to be at the board in March, I believe the 5th Tuesday in March,
Okay.
2022.
Okay, so that's one side, which is the discussion of a policy and legislative action. On the other side, I'm interested in getting a sense from whoever feels comfortable responding to it, to how this interacts with our current code. So there was discussion, somebody talked about, started quoting numbers 2624130, followed by 2628160. Another thing that we've talked about is multi-tenant occupancy, where it's allowed, where it's not. I want to ask specifically about where this stands in terms of our current code and in our ability to take enforcement or not.
Council.
We're not prepared to answer questions like that today. Supervisor Gore.
Okay. Well, I would challenge us to consider how we are going to answer those questions. What I hear behind this is that we might know some of that, but we're not prepared to answer that. I think the public deserves that in whatever way that comes. I'm not going to become a jerk about that right now, but I am going to push for us to identify how we bring this back and how we have transparency associated with it. My assessment by some of the documents I've reviewed and looking at our own code is that this does go counter to our current zoning. And I might scare you, but I'm going to propose a motion that I'm going to look for support from our colleagues in some way, but that brings back to the board before the end of the year an analysis in public session of our current code in relation to Picasso, as well as directing to staff to take action to implement or put this legislatively into our vacation rental ordinance discussion coming in May.
Is that a motion?
Yes, it is.
I will second that.
I think maybe we should have a little bit of discussion on that motion before we vote on it. Just speaking personally, I have a lot of apprehension around trying to schedule something before the end of the year, which is about a month out. That doesn't give staff any time. And I also would want to know what other priorities are being shifted. Are we going to be postponing work on the vacation rental ordinance in order to bring this forward? Because we have thousands of vacation rentals. We have a handful of Picasso sort of things in the county. And so I think that in terms of sort of what the majority of the community perhaps is impacted by, that I don't want to sort of jump something that is, quite frankly, has more limited defined impact at this point in time, even though it's important. And I recognize that you're hearing from your constituents over something that has been an ongoing process. And I can tell you is very much requested by many, and I think many in your district as well, who are impacted by vacation rentals. So I think that pacing is really important. And I'm curious to hear what my colleagues on the board have to say. Supervisor Rabbit, Supervisor Corsi, and also at CAO Bratton, if you have any thoughts on, just sort of staff workload between now and the end of the year. And we have, Thanksgiving coming up next week and the holidays. I think it's challenging.
I think I echo your comments and really being cautious about how we move forward. I don't doubt that staff is not working diligently on this item. I realize that because of the threat of lawsuit, quite frankly, a lot of it is done behind the scenes, and that's how that particular avenue ends up working. Or else we can talk about it all today and we could go to, or we can be challenged and end up with nothing. I think we need to be smart how we move forward, diligent as we move forward. And we need to recognize that staff is is working currently. And as you mentioned, the proportionality of the effective issues that we're all dealing with is just different going forward. I respect having this conversation today, giving the public the opportunity to address the issue and for the board to hear that and make comment, but I think I would be a little more reserved in my actions going forward.
I'll echo the last two comments. I really appreciate the leadership of Supervisors Gore and Gorin on this. But as a young guy, I learned the hard way that it's not always best to lead with your chin. So I'd like us to take I guess I'm saying we should take a careful approach here. I don't know exactly what that means, but I don't think it's even feasible at this point to get this done by the end of the year. So I'm not objecting to moving this forward, but I think we need to be cautious.
Maybe I'll, instead of forcing a vote on something that I've heard loud and clear, what I'll do is pull it back and look for a different path forward. My intention is to, first and foremost, is answer the question that the community is asking for right now, which is not being answered, which is, how does our code apply to this? That's the core of what I'm interested in, is not in a full board meeting, not a full session, some way that is not just us saying we're reviewing this. I want to be clear with the board. If we want to talk about threat of litigation, I've had the same constituents who say, well, maybe if that's the way this works, then we have to threaten litigation to the county board to have you actually sit down with us and talk about how this applies. So, it's a crazy thing to have your constituents come to you and say, it's a sad world, when I feel like to have a firm answer from staff that I have to threaten litigation because you're worried about those who are threatening litigation from another side. But if that's the case, then that's the case. I will say, though, is that we need to address this, and we need to find a way to become public about it, about how we're addressing that. Hearing from folks at one point and then shelving it for 4 or 5 months is I don't know if that's appropriate. So one of the things that I'm interested in, here's another question, is for the staff on the call, is there's always, anytime you don't take action on something that's happening in your community, and you say, we're gonna take care of it legislatively, we're gonna look at this. The second question is does it create a grandfathering clause? What determines, so if I'm not even gonna ask you, I want to frame this appropriately. I'm not asking you right now to talk to me about the compliance one way or the other with our current codes. What I am saying is that more of a general comment is, if we do not take action as things are moving in our community, is there any kind of a requirement of grandfathering, or is grandfathering really a policy of a board at a later time?
I think perhaps what you're referring to are legal non-conforming uses when the zoning code changes.
Yeah.
But there were prior uses that were allowed under prior codes, but then later become prohibited under new codes. So that concept of legal non-conforming use is sort of standard concept in land use that would apply in speaking very generally for code changes.
Okay. And I think a part of that is I think the first question that would need to be answered at the end of that, with respect to whether it's St. Helena or us or Hillsburg or whoever is looking at this with respect to not just future code potential changes, but with their existing code, is that legal already? Is it legal, and are we just not taking action, or is it really illegal, or is it a big gray area based on identification at council and who ultimately takes us to court and answers these questions? I don't think you have the answers to that now, so I'm not going to ask for them. I think what I am going to do is work with our board, work with county council, and find a way for us to address what our current code is and get some clarity to the public about where this fits and where it doesn't, and pursue that. And then the second thing is I do want to see my board's interest in including this into the vacation rental conversation. Obviously not complicating them together, but bringing it in. I heard one of interest there, and I would just kind of looking around, seeing if that's a supportive area legislatively.
I'm seeing a thumbs up from Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit?
I only ask, what does that mean, bringing it into that conversation? We have that conversation. We have this conversation.
Mhm.
Are they one and the same? Is there benefit to them being one and the same, or should they be? It seems to me that there's some unique circumstances in this conversation we're having today. This is not the kind of conversation that we would have if we were just talking about short-term vacation
Mhm.
rentals.
Yeah.
So I just don't know what that means. I'm supportive of staff continuing down the road of trying to come to more clarity on all of these issues and making sure that our zoning code reflects the board's and the community's desires.
Maybe sorry, apologize.
Oh, no,
ahead.
go for it.
I was just
looking
gonna
to see you.
look at staff and say, so we talked about when we're bringing vacation rentals back. Is there any thoughts on if we were to vote on bringing this with it, is this the right thing to do to pull these together? Would we want to pull them together and keep them, parallel but equal, but different discussions? I mean, a lot of times we bring together an item that covers a theme and have 2 or 3 different discussions within that. And I say that with respect to, what chapter the vacation rental sits in the county code, and if this is separate with respect to actually zoning ordinances or anything. If we were looking to legislate a discussion on this or potential legislative actions, would it align with vacation rentals?
Through the chair, I think we can discuss those types of land uses, not ownership types, that detract from owner occupancy of residential properties.
Mm-hmm.
But so I am trying to keep this focused, as we always do in our legislation, on land use impacts. And where this particular issue gets very complicated very quickly, as I think we've borne out in the discussion this afternoon, is around ownership.
Okay.
And Picasso isn't the only other business, and neither is Airbnb or VRBO. There are other business types out there that may affect residential occupancy. So to the extent we can generally discuss land use impacts, we can identify those other uses as part of the vacation rental ordinance update.
I would also add that the Planning Commission is hearing the vacation rental ordinance. There's a workshop on Thursday of this week.
Right.
And certainly that's, the focus is vacation rentals. That's the testimony we're anticipating. But there's nothing to stop people from saying they want this included in that process. But to the extent the scope is beyond vacation rentals to short-term use of residential property, that's a different concept. So I think if it expands the scope of what the vacation rental ordinance update process fundamentally is, that could slow down the process of coming to conclusion. That's my anticipation.
Yeah, my goal is not going to be to slow anything down that's already had significant amount of effort. And so I know that would not get support from my board, and I would not push that on staff to do that. I think maybe the appropriate place for me to dive into this is for agenda for the upcoming calendar year as we get into our retreat. We do have a packed schedule in between now and the end of the year. I understand that. I've heard from my colleagues on that issue, and for me, I'm going to be focused on as much as the land use and the legislative opportunities here is as much as anything is the legality and continuing to So I just anticipate I'm not going to ask for something that I will not get support on, and I don't know exactly how I would refine it, which is to ask for a motion to take code enforcement action on something that I'm not getting public input on or private input from my lawyers openly. So I'm going to work through a process to work directly with county council and others, and stay close. And obviously, I'm interested in taking action. But my goal is to figure out a way that I can get the support of my colleagues in a genuine way to do it appropriately. So thank you.
Supervisor Gorin?
I seconded the motion because I wanted you to know that I understand the urgency and agree with the urgency of potential action moving forward, but somehow I knew that we were not going to be able to address this issue by the end of the year. Any way that we can appropriately put this discussion on the agenda to contemplate additional action is absolutely the way we need to go forward. Thank you for the reminder about the vacation rental ordinance and modifications moving forward. And I don't necessarily want to sandbag those. I agree with Supervisor Gore. It's been a long time that we advocated for those modifications to come forward. However, in the case of a fractional ownership home in an already existing vacation rental exclusion zone, it does mean that there are similar considerations in that circumstance, which may differ from the Picasso-owned homes in Dry Creek Valley in the LIA zones. So it may question and raise the possibility of two different directions to move to address the potential action going further. And but I think it's important to differentiate between the two and speculate how the impacts may be the same, but we may have to take different routes to get there. So thank you all. Appreciate Jennifer and all of your great suggestions. Obviously, everybody in Permit Sonoma as well.
All right. Any further comments from the board? And do we feel like we have sort of sufficient clarity in terms of next steps, which it sounds like is really revisiting it during our calendar and conversations in January? Does that sound, and to make sure that we fit it into the work plan accordingly?
I guess the other thing I want to acknowledge is a comment made by Supervisor Rabbit in a positive way is that while this might sound like it's completely being tabled, I do want to acknowledge that staff has put a lot of work into this. Our council has put a lot of work into it, and I consider it an ongoing issue. While it's not being addressed by some of our constituents or some of us in a way that's outside of that, I acknowledge that, but I also honor the work that's being done each and every day, and we'll stay close to that. So thank you.
Great. So with that, we have heard from members of the public. We have had some direction to staff, and I believe that concludes our agenda item. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. And I also want to acknowledge it was on relatively short notice. So thank you for pulling together a presentation and sharing that information.
Thank you, Chair.
And with that, we are going on to item 67A, which is the disposition and sale of the Chenate campus. And so I'm going to hand it over to our Director of General Services, Caroline Judy, who I am hoping is absolutely excited and ecstatic that this day has finally come.
I am, Supervisor. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Great. Okay. And can you see the presentation? That's the
Not
next question.
currently. No, I'm just seeing you.
Right. Let's see. We need to share screen. Sorry. It's taking a second here. And in presentation mode. Doesn't want to present it in presentation mode. Well, we'll go this way. Okay. So hopefully you can see the screen now. So yes, I am very excited to present to you today's item, which provides your board with the opportunity to either accept the high bid from the Chenate property surplus auction held on November 9th, or to reject all bids and to provide additional direction to staff. There we go. It's been a long road to get to the current sale. Most recently, your board in February authorized geotechnical studies, and then in August, following the completion of those studies, your board voted to remarket the property for sale via the 10X auction process. We opened the auction on September 7th, which allowed buyers to access the due diligence materials, to conduct tours, to ask and obtain answers to their questions, and to perform their due diligence. The auction itself began with the requirement to submit sealed bids by 9 a.m. on November 9th and concluded following an exciting oral bid process at 1 p.m. Bidding was active with over 20 bids, resulting in the highest, responsible bid submitted by Mr. Eddie Haddad of Resources Group at $15,050,000. The second highest responsible bid was submitted by David Shelley of City Ventures at $15 million. The criteria to assess the responsive and responsible and qualified bidders included those specified by state statute, the sales price, and the ability to finance and close, and also the conditions of the property sale as described in the offering memorandum and the purchase and sale agreement and its addendum. The highest responsible offer was submitted, as I mentioned, by Mr. Eddie Haddad, Resources Group at $15,050,000. And the next highest responsible offer was submitted by David Shelley, City Ventures at $15 million. The terms of the sale were advertised in the advertised in the offering memorandum and articulated in the purchase and sale agreement addendum, which is described the county's specific requirements as those differentiated from 10X's standard purchase and sale agreement. Those terms included, but were not limited to, the affordable housing covenant, the easements granting access to the Snake condominiums, the leaseback for the Morgan Public Health Lab, then the assumption of the the county's responsibilities as landlord to the Sloan House and the bird rescue license agreement, as well as access to the historic cemetery and other terms, and today's board acceptance of the highest responsible offer. In response to a question that was answered earlier on today's agenda on a different item, your board had asked a question about the leaseback terms for the public health lab and the morgue. Those were again articulated in the purchase sale agreement addendum, which was attached to this board item. For 4 years, the leaseback terms are for 4 years for $1 square foot triple net with the right to extend per month, with the right to extend for 2 additional 6-month periods with annual rent increases of 3%. That relates to the public health lab. And similarly for the morgue at 4 years with 2 additional 6-month extension periods at $1 per square foot per month, triple net, also subject to 3% annual rent increases. So your recommended action today is to take the staff recommendation, which is that you approve items A through E, or alternatively consider items F and G. If you are to reject all bids, then you would need to adjust the General Services Department budget by $526,542 to address the continuing expenses. That concludes my very brief presentation, and we'll come back to your board for discussion and direction. We're very excited about this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for all of your tireless work. It has been quite a long time coming. I will go ahead and hand it over to Supervisor Corsi, given that it is his district. But I do have to say, I enjoy seeing the working mom, and I just have to call that out, that it's awesome that you are multitasking here. Totally respect and appreciate that. So I just wanted to say that. I'm like, can you move so I can see those cute, adorable kids? Because that's the best thing we've seen all meeting. I mean, come on, there you go.
What you cannot see is my mother off screen trying to keep the baby.
There we go. Hello. Yep. All right. And now I'm going to hand it over to Supervisor Corsi.
Upstaged again by the kids. Thank you for the very brief but spectacular presentation. Ms. Judy, I'm sorry if I missed this. If I did, could you repeat the terms around the Bird Rescue Center and Sloan House?
Sure. So the buyer has agreed to assume the county's responsibility as a landlord. The Sloan House has an existing lease that is currently extended to 2023. And so the buyer has agreed to assume the county's position basically as landlord in that lease. Similarly, the buyer has agreed to assume the county's position as a landlord in licensing property to the bird rescue. That current license expires December 31 this year, and the buyer, will then have the ability to work with bird rescue to, determine what additional extensions they will agree to.
Is that, you said the buyer has the ability. Is there no requirement to extend it beyond the end of this year?
The county's, the terms of the sale, and Liz can jump in here and help me out, but the county's terms of sale were to assume the county's responsibilities as a landlord. And so once those responsibilities end, it's then the buyer's, what's the right word I'm going to use, buyer's discretion to determine how they want to continue to license or whether they want to continue to license or not. Liz, jump in.
Yeah, through the chair.
Misstating things.
The purchase and sale agreement requires that they extend the ability of the bird rescue to stay through December 31st of 2022. Because the county is not going to be a party to that agreement, there's no executed agreement as to that point, but the sale agreement itself does include as a term of the sale that bird rescue will be allowed to continue its occupation through the end of the next calendar year.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that everybody who's listening understands that it's required of the buyer to extend that to the end of 2022.
That is correct.
2022. Yeah, the current agreement expires this year.
Right. Thank you. Can you talk about the process? I know we have, I believe we have a non-refundable deposit from the high bidder. If the high bidder exits from this deal, we get to keep that. But what else happens? What kind of dominoes would happen in that case?
Director Judy, would you like me to answer that?
Yeah, if you can jump in, Liz, that'd be great. Thank you.
So the purchase agreement is written such that the deposit upon the board's approval of the agreement becomes non-refundable. So if the transaction does not close, that deposit becomes the property of the county. The board item additionally requests approval from the board to the extent that the second bidder approves of that and signs such an agreement, would put them in a second place position so that on a finding of default under the main agreement, we would then move on to the second high bidder as the purchaser of property. That would be contingent on the agreement, of course, of the second place bidder to accept that second place positioning. But that is before your board in the recommended action item. And if neither one of those were to complete with a sale, then we would have to go back out to the street and do another process.
Okay, you were breaking up a little bit, but just let me try and paraphrase what I heard is that if the first bidder, the high bidder defaults, so to speak, it would go to the second bidder once we approve this action today.
Correct. Assuming we get a sign off from the second place bidder to stay bound, because the terms of the auction itself do not require the non-successful bidder to keep their offer open indefinitely. We would need their assent in writing to taking up that second place position. But from a process perspective, we're keyed up to do that.
Okay, so they haven't bound themselves in that second position yet, but they will be able to do that after we take action.
Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate your work on this.
Other questions from members of the board? Seeing none. Or Supervisor Gore, you leaning in?
Just going to do a big round of thank you and appreciation. And I know we'll get there, but you know, a lot of heartache, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of different everything, and just you know, we just have to acknowledge that. It's a nice way to end a very big meaty day. So just Caroline and Liz, and for all the others who worked as early as probably 2012 with Supervisor Gorn on an ad hoc, just appreciation.
Probably 13. I want to go back to the ad hoc through a couple of different general services directors. I think you were the third one in this process. And what is it? This fifth time is the charm. And I'm not sure whose idea it was to put this on auction, but whoever it was, thank you. It was successful. And I loved watching the action. And Caroline, you were fabulous during the auction. So, as well as being an incredible director of general services, and we will miss you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you for your remarks, colleagues, but I would correct Supervisor Gore. The day is not yet done. We have several closed session agenda items and public comments still to go, but it is a great way to get close to the end of the day. Supervisor Rabbit.
I didn't have the pleasure of watching the auction, but I did read in the paper about the squeals of joy. And I won't ask who that was, because I think it's safe to say it could have been any one of us as the dollars came through. I did go to an auction on Saturday night, though, with Supervisor McGuire, or excuse me, Senator McGuire, who probably could have squeezed out a few more dollars going forward with his antics. But very much appreciate all the work. Thank you so much to get this going forward. Of course, the sale of the property is one thing. The ultimate use of the property now is between the property owner and the city of Santa Rosa, and I wish them the best in terms of making sure that the project meets the city's desires and also satisfies what the property owner's intent going forward will be. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. So with that, I believe we will go ahead and ask if there are any members of the public in person who wish to comment on the disposition of the Chenate campus. Seeing none, I will go ahead and ask Karen to please accept public comment via Zoom.
Thank you. For members of the public, if you wish to speak on this matter, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Currently, we have one person. Chair Hopkins, how long would you like to?
90 seconds, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Our commenter is a phone-in commenter. Please state your name. I haven't done one of these today. State your name and begin when allowed to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Susan Kirks calling, and I'm calling in my capacity as president of our Madrone Audubon Society in Sonoma County. We have been supporting and helping as much as possible with fundraising for the Bird Rescue Center and their relocation. And I'm feeling congratulatory for you, knowing this very long process that you have been engaged in. I'm just wondering if it might be possible to have the extension for the Bird Rescue Center be one more year, for example, to 2023. And the reason for that is sometimes there are uncertainties. That your time period for 2022 could be okay, but if this is a situation where the county is not requiring the new owner to work with the Bird Rescue Center past 2022, I'm just asking on behalf of our chapter members that you consider the extension for Bird Rescue Center to be to at least 2023, considering that it will probably take a few years for the new owner, whomever that is, to be able to.
That completes our time. Thank you for your comment. Chair Hopkins, there are no more comments.
Thank you very much. I will bring it back to the board for any further comments or for a motion. Supervisor Corsi?
I just wonder if staff wants to address the question that was just asked.
Yes, so through the chair, this is Carolyn Judy. There is a requirement, as Liz stated, that the buyer work with the bird rescue and their license through December of 2022. So that requirement was part of the terms and conditions of the sale. I apologize if there was any confusion in my earlier statement.
And I would just imagine that any change in that condition would essentially open up the entire agreement at this point.
Through the chair, the agreement is currently executed by the purchasing party based on the terms that were noticed and included in the auction platform. So it would be problematic both from a perspective of the board's approval of prior action, as well as its ability to approve the contract as is that's in front of it today, which we have, I believe, 48 additional hours to approve before the statutory deadline passes. So to the extent the board wants to direct staff to have a follow-up conversation with the purchaser, I'd be happy to facilitate Director of Beauty having that conversation. But from a contract perspective, it would be inadvisable to amend it at this time.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So if there aren't any other questions, I'll go ahead and move the items A, B, C, D, and E of 67A, the disposition and sale of the Sinead campus.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. With that, I would ask Karen to please lead us in a roll call vote on that motion.
Yes, Supervisor Gorin?
A great big yippee yippee yay. Yes.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yes.
Supervisor Corsi? Did I already say that? Yes, okay.
Yes,
and Chair Hopkins?
Yes. Thank you very much and congratulations. That I know it's been a long road and very, very exciting to cross this, make this step. So thank you
very
all so
much. And I'd just like to acknowledge the incredible work of Pamela Osselmeyer, who really led the effort. And so thank you very much for your support and acknowledgement for the team.
Thank you. All right. And with that, we will be moving on to item 68, which is acts and determinations. So Karen, would you mind leading us in a roll call vote, please, on acts and determinations?
Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yes.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes. And since we are running late and still have a number of items on the closed session calendar, I'm going to postpone our board member report outs to a future date. So we'll just have more to report out later and move to public comment on matters not listed on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. So first, I will go ahead and see if there are any members of the public who wish to speak in person. Seeing none, Karen, I would ask if you would go ahead and lead us in public comment on Zoom.
For Zoom attendees who would like to speak on matters not on the agenda, please raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. Our first public commenter is a phone-in. Once prompted, please begin speaking.
Hi, Chair Hopkins, members of the board. This is Jim Duffy. I live in Runner Park. Thank you for taking my comment. Just thanks for all your work today. Long meeting, going to be real quick. I know you're going to be discussing the IOLARO director recruitment in closed session later this week. As many members of the public have been asking since July, we'd like to see a national search for the director. And I know it's a really tight timeline for your human resources department, but the NACOL National Conference is coming up starting on December 12th. It's an in-person conference. Many oversight practitioners in our community are going. And if the county is unable to get a flyer for this recruitment created in that short a timeline, the community will be creating a flyer because it's a once-a-year conference. It hasn't happened in 2 years. And this is a great chance for us to get some really qualified candidates aware that we have this opportunity. Thank you.
And thank you very much. And I just wanted to interject. We're actually going to try to do 90 seconds on this, given the lateness of the hour and the number of items that we still have on our closed session calendar. So thank you so much, Karen, for making that adjustment.
Yes, I apologize for skipping that part of the process. Our next commenter is Jana. Jana, when prompted, please unmute and begin speaking.
Hi there, Jana Blunt here, president of SEIU 10-1 Sonoma County chapter and employee at the Recorder's Office. This is the 8th opportunity for us, your workforce, to publicly join you to demand a hazard pay bonus due to the excessive hardship, dangerous conditions, and financial impact placed against us as public servants and essential workers. We're all painfully aware of how much the pandemic has heightened the already severe shortage of adequate and affordable childcare. The crisis existed long before the pandemic, but after COVID hit, the situation became dire. Between March 2020 and January of this year, 57% of childcare spots were lost in Sonoma County, a decline of more than 7,000 children no longer in licensed care, according to 4Cs, and 42 childcare facilities permanently closed. Today, I just wanted to remind you that after most of our staff's telework accommodation dissolved, your county workers with school-aged children have been TKO'd in their pocketbooks. I receive regular outreach from members about childcare either being impossible to find or impossible to afford now that they're no longer permitted to work remotely. The county's actions in response to the pandemic have exacerbated this problem for our staff. And it's just one more reason why their service to the public during this crisis is more than deserving of a hazard premium. Thank you.
Next commenter is a phone-in commenter. When prompted, please state your name and begin speaking.
Rich Hannon, 911 Truth Campaign. The Made in China wildfire attacks in Sonoma County are exposed by a recent claim by PG&E officials that PG&E was not responsible for Kincaid wildfire, Exhibit 5, and no doubt not responsible for the Made in China so-called Tubbs wildfires. John Tinkle has told you, dear lady, that the board and PG&E at public board meetings before witnesses that PG&E had nothing to do with the so-called wildfires. They were all made in China by a Chinaman at a desk. Now you and 3 super puppets are corruptly conspiring to spend over $26 million of public hush money to build a new county administration building in the Santa Rosa Mall, 2 miles from the rest of the county facilities that are on Highway 101, that neither your staff nor any constituent needs or wants. Spending your constituents $250 million, Exhibit 6, PG&E so-called wildfire relief settlement and federal COVID-19 relief money, all while constituents are sick or distracted by the global COVID-19 pandemic and suffer growing economic instability from rampant inflation with no end in sight. Creating a democracy-killing nation debt of $85,317 per American, Exhibit 7, except for Supervisor David Rabbit. Your board is a mess.
That completes our time. Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is a phone-in. Please, when prompted, state your name and begin to speak.
Hello, this is Roseanne Schneider. I'm reading from Abuse News number 6631. 2,888 Bush-caused murders on 9/11 and 10 acts of treason by Biden after 9/11. Okay. Fellow $28 trillion betrayed, unconstitutionally indebted District of Columbia maintaining Americans. Background. In 1787, George Washington and 38 other brave men created our Constitution for the United States of America, starting with its preamble, quote, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." In 1871, our 41st Congress treasonously changed "We the People's Constitution" for the United States of America.
That completes your time. Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is a phone-in. Please, when prompted, state your name and begin speaking.
Since I stayed with, thank you. This is Susan Kirks again. Since I stayed with you to close to the end of the day, I just wanted to say how much I appreciated following Chair Hopkins' social media posts when she went to COP26. It was just so informative, and you're such a good writer and communicator. So I wanted to acknowledge you for that, and also to say I was also following Kylia Frederick from Petaluma, who's a member of the Climate Action Commission. She was a delegate from Indian Collective, a climate justice organization, and her posts were also wonderful. And actually today, the White House held the second day of a 2-day tribal councils meeting, which is just so inspiring. I want to encourage supervisors to watch the YouTubes of those meetings if you can. And a book that Kylia edited for Indian Collective called Required Reading was mentioned by one of the administration's representatives. That book is available for digital download. If you don't have a copy of it, I highly recommend that each supervisor obtain a copy. It's a really good read, and it's all about elevating Indigenous lives in our climate emergency and climate justice. So it's called Required Reading by NDN Collective.
Thank you for your comments. That completes your time. Michael, you are our next commenter. Please, when prompted, unmute and begin to speak.
Hello, my name is Michael Stanford. I work for Regional Parks as an extra help park aide for the past near decade. My coworkers and I experienced verbal abuse when our parks were closed, followed by thousands descending upon our beaches, most not wearing masks or staying 6 feet away. Those of us who are extra help saw our income nearly halved by the closures and safety protocols that limited staffing. Last year in 2020, I made $13,500. When I usually make around $24,000. I urge you to support hazard pay for your workers, especially extra help, and to support back pay for lost wages under the living wage ordinance. Thank you, and I cede my time.
Our next commenter is Light. Please, when prompted, unmute and begin to speak.
Hi, my name is Lisa Light. I work at the Economic Assistance and I'm a member of SEIU. I'm reading for a classified employee in Human Resources. Here's what he needs to tell you. The city of Santa Rosa has 1,250 employees. They are not as financially sound as our county and even had to cut funds from many of their agencies in June. But each of their employees are receiving a $5,000 hazard bonus. Why? Because city employees stayed on the job to keep the city running and residents safe from the outset of the pandemic, even as health experts knew little about COVID-19's virulence and method of spread. Alan Alton, Santa Rosa's budget director, said this: "We wanted to recognize all of our employees, and so this is the way that we do that." Firefighters sought the $6.3 million to be paid out of the $34 million that Santa Rosa received from ARPA. Instead, Santa Rosa will use their own money to pay this hazard premium to avoid having to worry about the federal government's classification of which jobs were essential. Mayor Chris Rogers has this to say: "We're trying to make it so we are paying people what they are worth and what the market demands." How about that? I yield my time.
Our next commenter is Cherry. Cherry, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Cherry Omiple. I work at the Department of Health Services and I'm a member of SEIU. I'm speaking today to demand for hazard bonus. There are generally three areas during this pandemic that I think I would benefit from hazard pay. Number one, ergonomics. My home setup is not the best ergonomically. This has resulted to repetitive stress injury on my right wrist. I have used personal resources to alleviate this. Number two, the volume of and urgency of work has significantly increased. On top of our regular workload, which is already busy, we're required to handle urgent tasks as demanded by pandemic requirements like the DOC procurement. This has resulted to significantly added stress and work hours going beyond 8 hours a day and many times working on weekends, especially at the peak of the pandemic. Number three, we occasionally needed to go into the office like for some required paperwork. This places us in some degree of risk to exposure when we're outside the safety of our homes. We have already endured what we needed to get our jobs done. This hazard pay is long overdue. We think it should have been thought out once our workload has shifted. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Our next commenter is Tom. Tom, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hi, my name is Tom Hartman, SEIU member from Permit Sonoma, speaking on behalf of my team. While there are cases in which employee presence on site is essential, the goal should be to reduce the spread of COVID, not increase it. So only employees who absolutely must be on site for the department to function and to serve the public should be expected to work in person during COVID health orders. The county needs to set standards for determining who those essential employees are. For those employees who are expected to risk COVID exposure and possibly spread it to our young relatives and elderly parents, there should be hazard pay for the hours we work in person to compensate for that risk. Employees should not be expected to bear the entire financial burden of COVID illness for work performed on the county's behalf. And for employees who have incurred personal expenses creating an adequate work environment at home, the county should reimburse them for those expenses as well. Again, employees should not be expected to bear the entire financial burden for work performed on the county's behalf. Please join the City of Santa Rosa and provide hazard pay for county employees. Thank you. I cede my time.
Our next commenter is Daniela. Daniela, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hello, my name is Daniela Regan. I work for the Department of Agriculture, Weights and Measures, and am a member of SEIU. My coworkers deserve hazard pay. Our work was deemed essential, and we continue to protect the food and agricultural industry of our county throughout the pandemic. My coworkers had to enter high-risk areas and expose themselves on a daily basis. Please consider hazard pay for county employees. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Our next commenter is Carolyn. Carolyn, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hi, my name is Caroline. I'm speaking on behalf of my husband Jason as well. We are both members of SEIU. I work for the County of Sonoma in probation and my husband for the Geisville Unified School District. We are both essential workers in 2020 in the beginning of COVID. We are demanding the hazard bonus. We are unable to work from home doing this. We are both essential employees as of most members of both of our occupations. We had young children, elderly parents. We had the cost of having to have one child in preschool and exposed to COVID with an outbreak in her preschool. We had to rely on my elderly parents in order for daycare as school was shut down. My husband was one that had to be on staff to set up the schools in order to get them back, in order for the kids to come back for hybrid and now in full time. I worked in the county jail and every day was exposed to hazardous conditions. Not only I, but everyone that was unable to work from home for the county and for the school districts, I believe, demand hazardous bonus pay. I yield. Thank you.
Next commenter is Adam. Adam, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hello, my name is Adam Demir, and I'm an extra help park employee for Sonoma County Regional Parks and a member of SEIU. I'm here today to speak to you to demand our hazard pay for hazardous conditions. I realize many of you may not be aware of the extremely risky and often disgustingly unpleasant duties that an extra help park aide such as myself goes through on a daily basis. Not only are we putting ourselves and our whole coworker team at risk, but as well as those of loved ones at home. First off, I have been constantly exposed to park aides, patrons. I have constantly been exposed to park patrons that have a grievance and whom have allowed to have medical precautions in this pandemic be politicized by refusing to wear a mask, and they themselves are most likely unvaccinated, all the while shouting at my face less than 2 feet without wearing a mask. Second, I am often cleaning up defecation, vomit, blood, and/or bloody syringes, and worst of all, dirty, uncapped hypodermic needles with little more than latex gloves and a paper mask on. Thank you. I yield my time.
Our next commenter is Jesse. Jesse, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hello, my name is Jesse Uren. I am also an extra help park aide with the Sonoma County Regional Parks and a member of SEIU. I'd like to echo what Adam just recently brought up in a very succinct manner. That is exactly what our duties are. In addition to that, we over at Dorn Beach can experience upwards of 1,000 visitors every single day. These are families of people, large quantities of individuals, people out on fishing boats with no masks, no regulations at all, no sort of supervision on how they're behaving. Outside of our introduction with the entry station, we are exposed on a daily basis to very hazardous conditions. We clean up restrooms, we pull trash, we clean out campsites that people obviously are not using, they're not masking, they're not taking restrictions. We have no idea their vaccination status. We daily are exposed to a multitude of vectors. And we bring that home to our family. And it's simply not a job that I think most people would accept to do. And I think for that we are deserved, in fact, owed hazard pay. Please strongly consider to go along with the city of Santa Rosa and give your workers a livable wage for this pandemic. Thank you. Save my time.
Our next commenter is Lorraine. Lorraine, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hi, this is Lorraine Turner. I'm calling to address our health officer. I want to know why she's still misleading the public by keeping the coronavirus updates focused on cases rather than relying on real medical diagnosis or the effects of this illness. I believe she's highlighting the cases to alarm the public and validate the reason for emergency powers. And if so, she's pretending that because some people of us may contract this particular virus, that validates your emergency declaration and the inhumane mandates you've put on healthy people in this county. Probable cases do not prove imminent threat of life. Our emergency declaration is not made for that purpose. There's a recovery rate of 99%. The death rate is only 6 in a million in our county currently, and none of that information is put on the dashboard. So we're misleading the public. I'm getting really upset because I've called several times, and I don't think any of you realize that you are supposed to, every 30 days, report to us as why there is an emergency in this county. You haven't actually given us that reason. And it's starting to look like there's some fraud and perpetuating of a hoax here, which is a federal crime. You've all overplayed your hand, and you need to stop the emergency now. Thank you.
Our next commenter is phone in. Please, when prompted, state your name and begin to speak.
Mary Morrison, 9/11 Truth Campaign. I would like to say that the county employees who are public employees who are asking for hazard pay, your job is to serve the public. And if, I don't know, everybody on the planet has been exposed to COVID. Should we all get hazard pay? Anyway, Russia paid millions to the Biden crime family, evidently buying President Joe's approval to finish Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline that was blocked by President Trump. We on Gravitas World News reported on November 14th, a couple of days ago, that Russia is rebuilding the Russian empire, destabilizing Europe by sending thousands of migrants into Poland by way of Belarus. Poland is responded by deploying 15,000 troops to the Poland-Belarus border. Poland shares a border with Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. They have steadily slowed oil and gas supply to the European Union since January, purely for political purposes, to force the EU's approval of Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Belarus is now threatening to cut off natural gas and oil to the EU in retaliation for Europe's sanctions for human rights violations last year, and to force Poland to let in thousands of migrants at its Belarus border. Boy, this sounds awfully similar to the immigrant crisis at the US-Mexico border, or what? Trader Joe's first executive order as our president opened our borders, dismantling our nation's sovereignty.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes our time. Our next commenter is Lucia. Lucia, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lucia Casoulas. I am your female senior water operator at Sonoma Water. I'm a member of Stationary Engineers Local 39. I've been a county designated emergency worker for 23 years. I want to thank you for issuing the stay-at-home mandate in March 2020, allowing all the county workers who were able to telework from home to do so. This was a strong move to protect those of us who do not have that option. It protected us while we came into work for the past 20 months. Sonoma County has had uninterrupted water service provided by as many chemists, electricians, mechanics, and water operators as needed to maintain the potable water facilities at Wohler, the distribution system along miles of aqueduct, and 5 wastewater plants. We maintained your water system during the Glass and Wall Bridge fires in August and September 2020, making sure that there was water available for fire protection and human consumption. Your water system needs to be under continuous observation. I do that at our operations site. Due to the risk of cyber attacks, this cannot be done remotely. This is your chance to offer your emergency workers something more than a certificate of appreciation for working through fires, floods, and virus pandemic. Please take advantage of this opportunity and offer us hazard pay. Thank you.
Our next commenter is Susie. Susie, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hi, my name is Susanna. I'm a member of SEIU. I work for the Sheriff's Department and I'll be reading a letter today from a coworker. I opened my email and I saw that I had to see my manager, so I did. I was told that I had a quarantine 2 days before Christmas. I locked myself in my room and I heard my kids say downstairs, "Oh, look what Santa got me. Thank you. Oh, mommy, I opened your gift and I loved it. Thank you." As I'm locked in my room, my kids had to celebrate Christmas without anyone around. 2 days later, I hear, "Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me." Well, I guess this birthday will be alone because my mom's in her room. A few days later, I hear from my room, "Happy New Year's." Maybe 2021 will be better, as maybe this will be over and I can celebrate it with my mom. I would never give up my job, and I would never want to. I love what I do, and I love my family. Please show me some appreciation for giving up what I've given up this last year. I'm done. I yield my time.
Our next commenter is a phone-in. Once prompted, please state your name and begin to speak.
This is John Jankel. This is supposed to be public comment, and all it's been is public employment contact. We pay the bills for this, and we should at least get a few more seconds than the goddamn employees. That's ridiculous. So you got to get some different system here. That's just not right. And I'm calling you now about the fact that any elected public servant owing allegiance to our United States of America who does not give aid and comfort to our 9/11 Truth Campaign, that's us, our 19-year effort to end 150 years of corrupt U.S. government by exposing the truth about 9/11 in order to force Congress to repeal public betraying law 107243 on 10/16/2002 to restore what 39 liberty and justice loving men.
That completes your time. Thank you for your comments. Our next commenter is phone-in. When prompted, please state your name and begin to speak.
This is Rob McGilly of the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Our president, Trader Joe's first executive order as our president opened our borders, dismantling our nation's sovereignty, as there is no United States of America without borders. No apparent reason except to justify U.S. government-sponsored child trafficking over 37,805 immigrant children, with thousands unaccounted for in July and August alone, transported in the middle of the night by chartered planes that landed to waiting buses and police cars all over the United States, reported by Miranda Devine at the New York Post and Tucker Carlson at Fox News, Exhibit 9. Apparently for our illegitimate adrenochrome pedophilia, President Joe Biden and reported pedophiles in U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice Roberts, Exhibit 10, and other pedophiles in government. We call them pigs. On October 30th, 2021, Tucker Carlson at Fox News reported Biden's plan to pay illegal immigrants $450,000, which surpasses payments to some 9/11 family victims and Gold Star military families. And me, Exhibit 11, to immigrants separated at the border in 2018. Biden's excessive infrastructure.
That completes your time. Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Blake. Blake, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Good evening, everyone.
I just wanted to echo an earlier comment that was made asking for a national search for our next IOLARO director. The role is just too important to so many of the residents of Sonoma County for us not to go through a national search for that process. I hope you're all doing well, and I hope you have a safe drive going home. Thank you.
Our next commenter is Andre. Andre, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Andre Burkett. I am no longer a county employee, so this is my first time speaking to the board as a private citizen. I was pleased to see in the paper how the city of Santa Rosa has stepped up to help its employees with hazard pay. I would still urge the board to go out and direct your staff to meet with your labor unions and to work out an equitable and fair amount for the hazard pay that they should have received. And to Mr. Jenkel, county employees are citizens too. County employees have the right to air their grievances and issues with the board. Yours has been a script that you have followed for years. You need a new script. I yield the rest of my time.
Our next commenter is Lorenzo. Lorenzo, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hi, my name is Lorenzo, employee of Regional Parks. And in regards to hazard pay, over the past year or more, given especially at the beginning of the pandemic,
Lorenzo, we're having a hard time hearing you.
park employees, we were essential workers. I basically had 1 month off. Yes. Hello?
Yes. Hi.
Oh, my
We're having
signal
a
must
hard
be pretty
time.
bad. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? No? Is it okay?
It's very bad. I would suggest that you email in your comment to
Okay.
bos@sonoma-county.org. Thank you.
All right. Sorry about that.
Our next commenter is Sasha. Sasha, please, when prompted, unmute and begin to speak.
Hello, my name is Sasha Cohen, and I'm here with the Public Employment Comment Truth Campaign. I work for Human Services Department and am an SEIU 1021 union steward. I don't get paid to come speak weekly during public comment, take advantage of the time limitation rules. Instead, I speak voluntarily. I'm self-motivated to be here on behalf of myself and all county employees. Today, I'm reading a statement from a coworker. I am in favor of hazard pay for Sonoma County workers. I had to essentially build a home office, incurring many expenses along the way. I have also seen a dramatic jump in my utilities costs. Now that I'm working 50-50 at home and in office, I'm scared every day I go to work. There was a time when my work site was receiving a possible COVID exposure email once a week. We as workers put ourselves and our families' lives on the line to continue to provide much needed services to our clients. Again, I support hazard pay for all Sonoma County employees. I yield the rest of my time.
Our next commenter is Sarah. Sarah, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hello. First off, I would just like us to appreciate that every time the truther folks say Traitor Joe, it really sounds like Trader Joe. So, second of all, I'd like to echo the calls for a national search for an ILR director, and that's all. I yield the rest of my time.
Our next commenter is Vanessa. Vanessa, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
It's Valeria.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your name states Vanessa, but please go ahead.
Oh, that's weird. Hi there. My name is Valeria De La Riva, and I'm a mom of 3 children here in Sonoma. I am very frustrated and concerned due to this whole thing that's going on. My husband is an essential worker, and I understand the frustration of being exposed. We already had COVID, and I understand this, but I'm getting to a point that they're asking me for proof of vaccination for my 7-year-old, and otherwise I can't go in to Sonoma Valley Hospital, and I have to leave my other 2 kids outside. My kids are minors, and I don't see the necessity for me to prove vaccination if other people already were vaccinated. I'm going as an outpatient service, and I would like for a lot of people to be considerate of how are exposing our children and pretty much profiling them as non-vaccinated or unvaccinated. I suggest we take different approach in this because I do feel that everybody is dividing in this situation, and we should live differently. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only parent with this concerns. And thank you so much, and I yield my time.
Our next commenter is a phone-in. Please, when prompted, state your name and begin to speak.
This is Daniel from 9/11 Truth Campaign. On October 30th, 2021, Tucker Carlson at Fox News reported a Biden plan to pay illegal immigrants $450,000, which surpasses payments to some 9/11 family victims and Gold Star military families. To immigrants separated at the border in 2018. Biden's excessive infrastructure bill during a worldwide pandemic and ramped inflation with no end in sight clearly evidence treason. This missive can restore our Constitution for the United States of America so the nation can survive. The Wiz wants VP Kamala's post after illegitimate traitor adrenochrome pedo President Joe Biden is removed from holding any office, civil or military, under the United States of America for Communist China, paying millions to his son Hunter's law office, evidenced in FBI concealed emails, the laptop, and by President Biden's pulling U.S. troops there for 20 years since 9/11 out of Afghanistan, leaving control of Afghanistan and $80 billion in U.S. equipment.
That concludes your time. Thank you for your comments. Our next commenter is a phone-in. Please, when prompted, unmute, state your name, and begin to talk.
Hi. Hi, this is John from 9/11 Truth Campaign. Who conceals 2,888 bad boys born again Bush caused unplanned murders on 9/11? Mainstream media and 10 Congresses. Mainstream media is controlled by Wizard of Deception, Grand Intimidator, Boss Dem Willie Brown. He can blackmail any editor or advertiser with a single phone call, and they know it. If the mainstream media exposes the truth about the Bush causing 2,888 unplanned murders on 9/11, they'll all know they will lose advertising. 9/11's planners, desperate Enron builder Ken Lay, was trying to avoid Enron's bankruptcy by selling Capsian Basin natural gas and oil to communist China. Al-Qaeda's goons on hijacked Flight 93 were seeking paradise in 72 virgins by painlessly taking out VP Dick Cheney, who wanted to sell Caspian natural gas and oil to any buyer but China. Lay's 9/11 well-organized crime partner was now 6 weeks new into the World Trade Center lessee Larry Silverton, who demolished the Twin Towers and Building 7. See Candyman Warren Buffett saved Laura Bush on 9/11. Did you know?
That concludes your time. Thank you for your comments. Our next commenter is Jan. Jan, when prompted, please unmute and begin to speak.
Hi, good evening. This is Jan Samuels. I'm with Permit Sonoma, also known as PRMD, bargaining unit SEIU 1021, and I'm speaking about hazard pay for county employees. We all know with COVID, it's not just about us, but it's about our family, our friends, our neighbors, and coworkers. So I'll be speaking more about the people I work with rather than about myself. I've had the opportunity to work from home for the most part, but not all my coworkers have had this opportunity for safety. PRMD inspectors, code enforcement staff, and front end staff have slowly but surely returned to the field and or the office where exposure to COVID is an issue. We have vaccines now, but for many months, these folks have worked with the community without the protection of vaccines, and with only a mask and social distancing to protect them from infection. Doing so was in reality taking their lives in their hands, as COVID truly is a life-threatening illness and there are potential long-term health hazards. Not everyone in the community takes it seriously, but these folks were out and about with the public every day, doing their jobs, helping that public. Recently, we've all been asked to return to the office where there are more of us under one roof, increasing the risk of exposure. This exposure is still a reality, as even just this week, we received notification of potential exposure twice in as many weeks.
That concludes your time. Thank you for your comments. Chair Hopkins, that concludes the commenters via Zoom.
Thank you very much, Karen. I appreciate that. So we will at this point be adjourning into closed session. The next regular meeting will be held on December 7th. We will have the special Council Pittman.
You go ahead and finish. I want to make sure we put on the record before we go into closed session that report out will be at the next regular meeting in December 8th, 7th.
Okay, that's what I was about to say.
Okay.
So yes. So the next regular meeting will be held on December 7th. And at that point, we will be reporting out the results from the closed session today. So we will be adjourning and not returning into public session. We do have a number of members of our community that we unfortunately have lost, and we will be adjourning in their memory and in their honor today. And before we go to that, I do also just want to say one last thank you and send off to Darren for your last meeting. And I look forward to seeing you at Sonoma Clean Power. Congratulations. If you want to say something actually into a microphone, which you never gets to do, I feel like there's a moment, and now is that moment.
I just want to thank you guys. It's been a great experience working with all of you, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, we hope that you will bring your pups to come visit us. He's the cutest little dogs, Jack Russell Terriers, right? All right. So with that, on a more sober note, I would ask everyone to please stand and adjourn in honor of the following residents. From the 1st District, Joaquin Olness, as well as Eric Paget. From the 2nd District, David Glenn DeJong, and district-wide, Will Baxt. Please join me in a few moments of silence for them. And with that, we will adjourn into closed session. Thank you.